Oh. Get into the game. Oh. Alright, go with you right now. Hit. Oh. See where we're at. I only need 55 of them. I don't need to hit all of them, so carry on. Jesus Christ, man. Today is gonna be a rough one. The mall. That one. Goes. Oh, outside. The shrine here. We're almost done with the shrines now. One more. We have all our points. At least one thing. Light. Cat, stop. That's it. Whoa, that hurt. That was scary for a second. On him. Pick it up, thank you. Oh. Oh my god, that hurt. Holy shit. Alright, let's try that one again. That was crazy. Open the flipping door! Jesus Christ! They're gonna fucking spam click that bitch. Crazy. Go around. Dude, I think we're good course. Oh, I'm gonna get back at this, bro. That was stupid. I couldn't even get to the fucking door. That, that was ridiculous. Oh, time to head back out, I guess. Holy shit. Like, do I have to pop my can't die ability just to open the damn door? That's ridiculous. I shouldn't have to pop a fucking I can't die button just to walk through a damn doorway. That's just crazy. I want to head south and do the rest of that, but I gotta finish the north part. Dun, 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 dun. But anyway, how's everybody doing today? Sorry I was a little late. I don't know who all is actually hanging out right now. Start on time, but we appreciate y'all for coming in. I know we did start a bit late today. Get this. Let's try. We have a way to get back down here. On. Assuming the north part is probably just side content, like side area for like a side boss or something. I'd like to at least get it done. Covered. We're gonna drop a damn TP over here, and we're gonna try and go into that door again. annoying. Cat, I can't see. You're being very flippin' annoying, cat. What the hell's the damn way in? What the fuck? Can't get in that way? That's crazy. Okay. Yikes, shut up. I'm clicking on... What the fuck is that shit? I'm literally clicking on the thing and he's running all the way around. What a weird fucking autopilot is that? What up, Zach? Yo, what up, Zach? Okay, cat, you're pissing me off. I know, I just woke up. But can you please go and lay down on your bed? Go. 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 Jesus Christ, sorry. Yo, what up, Dig? So I would say yes, Grim Dawn's still going strong. They don't really do. I would say they do updates, yes, but I wouldn't say big updates, right? So they do have a planned DLC, okay, expansion or whatever, coming at maybe I think the end of the year or something, and it's supposed to almost, in my opinion, double the game, or at least give a absolute shit ton more areas and side content, DLC content, you know, with a new like class and some other miscellaneous things. So that's coming at the end of the year. But I will say, if you've never actually played the game to like at least the end of like the campaign in normal, I would highly recommend you at least finish. I mean, if you have all the DLCs, right? I would recommend you at least finish all the main story and stuff like that. Maybe even some of the side story. Oh shit! No, let's kill this. Just to experience the game, right? Oh my god, I fucked up. I got stuck on the boss. That's fucking annoying. Oh, so like I said, I would give it like an 8 out of 10 for sure. It might not be the cream of the crop, best ever, just, you know, game, but it's definitely really good. It gives you a lot of creativity, not as much creativity as other games, but the amount of creativity it does have, where you can combo different classes together and make different builds, and you know, find something that suits your playstyle or whatever, is pretty high. You know, between all the different unique legendary items and stuff, the different combinations of, oh my fucking god, dude, I hit the one button too and it didn't even go off. Yeah, it just, like I said, there's like 10 different classes right now, and if they add the 11th, adds even more replayability to it. So you can always play it in a different way with like a different build. Just find what like works for you. And then on top of like I said, there being that many different classes and so many different items, it allows you to play like the same character in a lot of situations, in just different ways. And what I mean by that is, like, instead of you playing, let's say you play Eye of Reckoning, which is what I'm playing, right? You can play it as physical base. You can play it as elemental base. You can play it as like fire, specifically lightning, right? So you have multiple options of like how to play it, but you can also do like conversions as well to other elements that aren't typically part of it, and just a bunch of other miscellaneous things, right? And that's just one skill. Then you take on some of the other skills and you find other ways to like combo together and just get a little creative with it. It can be fun, especially if you enjoy that kind of trial and error testing, you know, kind of stuff, grinding for specific like unique items or um specific item like rare items that drop from specific mobs, things like that. If you like that kind of grind, then yeah, it's a great game. Definitely would be pretty fun and enjoyable. And the thing I like about it is it does have some sort of freedom to it and creativity of like building your character and like getting different builds. But it's also very like kind of straightforward and simple. So it's not like complicated freedom, right? I'm smashing the one key, but I am stunned, so I cannot move or do anything. Great. Uh, that's like the kind of just things that annoy me in this game. So I have an ability right here. It's basically I cannot die. It's 100% damage absorption for a short amount of time, and you can't activate it when you get stunned. It's a little annoying. So, like in that situation, I just died because I'm smashing the one key. My health potion's on cooldown, but I'm smashing the one key, waiting for my stun to come on cooldown, and I die before my stun comes off. But also, the auto-targeting system is a little wonky and finicky sometimes, and that gets me killed every once in a while. But majority of the reasons why I'm dying is just my build, right? Like it's lacking. My gear's a little under-geared. My stats are a little under-geared. Like lacking like ether damage, which is the main problem because all the damage that they do here is ether. Well, not all, but a lot of the damage they're doing is ether. So it's just like I'm kind of just that's why you see me dying a lot. Like this guy's freeze, another guy is like poison, and somebody is just constantly stunning me. Look at this. I'm straight stunned again. So we're gonna run away. We're going to try and wait for our health potion to come off cooldown. Got one dead. We probably fight this. Never mind, he has ether eruption. Causing problems. Alright, he's dead. I'm dodging. Okay, or you can just not dodge. Didn't even go on cooldown. I hit evade like 15 times, spamming the spacebar, and it didn't even use it. Yeah, so that's some of the responsiveness, I guess, can be a problem. I don't know. I've been having problems with it on and off. There's another guy dead. Can I move for the love of God? What the fuck was that? Holy shit, like I'm gonna die again. Constantly stunned. Don't think I'm frozen. I'm stuck again. I'm stuck again. What just keeps constantly just stunning me? Back to back to back stuns. The fuck is that? There's a mob in there that's doing something. That's crazy. There have been so many stuns in my entire life. It's nuts. Can I move? Oh, but yeah, Zach, if you're hanging out, you're chilling, you're listening to us bitch and complain and talk about the game. Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. You know, we'll do our best to help you out. But I would definitely say if you have the game, you haven't like experienced it from start to finish, I would at least give it a shot. It's unless you have like other things, you know, that you're interested in playing right now, it's definitely a great palate cleanser. Something to toss in your repertoire to, you know, pass some time, give you something different to play for a little while to, you know, get you all kind of cleansed up for like another game's like League coming up soon, or you know, you've been grinding a specific game and you want something different in your life, right? You know, it's one of those. I feel like it's great for one of those kind of games. And the more you get into it, the more you can actually, like, really start to enjoy it. To possibly segue into playing the game more than just as a palate cleanser. Yo, Dig, how's your day going, man? Appreciate you coming on in and hanging out with us. And sorry I was a little late today. Oh, yeah, on Destiny 2. Not even watching the Destiny 2, like, race you were talking about, the raid race or whatever. Sounds kind of crazy. Cat, seriously. Being so annoying today. Like, holy shit. Don't annoy mommy. Jesus, that was painful, whatever you hit me with. I mean, there's gonna be just plus. This cat is annoying the absolute shit out of me. He's like sitting on my desk, meowing at me, headbutting me. I forgot I wanted to change my ads today. Instead of doing 30 minutes, I was gonna do 36, so it didn't happen as often. And I got sidetracked with eating sleep. Alright, well, I'm making zone progress. Are getting a bunch of quests done as well, so that's a positive. Not finding I'm not really finding any hidden areas, but I'm not super looking for so too big of a deal. Also just trying to grind some XP and seeing if we can get any legendaries and stuff to drop. I want to go down there and check that out, but I also don't want it to branch into a new zone before I finish this zone. Enough. This is what I was worried about. Going this one. Alright. See if we can branch upward. I got all this stuff above me to check out. Ooh, just there. What I was hoping for. A little loop-de-loop, you know? Oh. Over this. Over this. I can't open the map, thank you. Oh. Nice. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Jesus. Fuck. Damn, I didn't know. That was a little cracker. Alright, so that is everything for this. Get back this way. Alright, that is 100% unlocked now. Why is there a skull here? What the shit is that? Oh god, what is this? I think this is something you guys were talking about the other day. You were waiting for me to run into one of these. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it's called. But it is terrifying, whatever it is. I don't like it. I don't like it. Do, 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 do. Woo, baby, that hurts. Yo, let's talk about this. Can we be friends? Can we be friends? Please? Friends? Friends? Friends, please? Friends, please? Why is there two of them now? Second wall, second wall. I don't like this. I'm going this way. Yeah, I think so. Either that or I've died to him before and I didn't realize what it was. I think this is the first time I've actually noticed what it was. Like that it was something different, you know? Than just like a regular mob. Okay, that guy's healing for some reason? Oh, that hurt. I guess I was standing at something I shouldn't have because he was just healing. Why is there so many of them? I don't like it. Okay, I killed one. Second one. Second one's dead. Sweet. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, I've never actually fought one of those things before. That was crazy. I don't know what caused it to spawn. I don't know how to farm those things, but that was crazy. Unexpected, came out of nowhere, or at least I got some loot out of it. Copper! Nice, nice. Yeah, that was my first one, man. That was unexpected on a lot of different levels. I was just walking and I was like, oh, I already came through here, you know, it's whatever. I killed a bunch of monsters. I'll just go back this way to like re-clear it, you know, to make, you know, because I was over here. I was like, oh, let's just go this way to get back to here. And I was like, why is there a big skull on my map? I was so confused. Going to bed, Tober. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for stopping in, you know, being with me tonight. I know I was a little late, but I appreciate it. But get some sleep. I'll talk to you later. Hit me up in the Discord later and we can chat, you know, tomorrow or something. Appreciate you. So it was a double. Yeah, I hope my nap helped. I don't know. I could probably sleep more, but at the same time, like, I was just laying there after I got up, and I was like, I could get up. I'm not dreadfully tired, so I hope I'll be able to make it till morning. I should be able to sleep tomorrow. That's the goal. No, so on my days off there, like from work, not from stream. So on my stream days, I work nights, right? So I work 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. on my work days, and like I said, 3.5 days a week I work. So 1 week I work 5 days, 1 week I work 2 days, and then the stream is the exact opposite, right? On the work weeks where I have 5 days of work, I stream 2 days. On the work weeks I only work 2 days, I stream for 5 days. So they're literally the exact opposite of each other. So on my stream days, since I don't have to be awake at 5 o'clock, right? I stay up a little later and I go and run errands with the wife. You know, we'll go grocery shopping, we'll go and like shop for things, or you know, if she wants to, I don't know, go and do something, or if we need to go like shoe shopping, you know what I mean? It is what it is. Whatever it ends up being, we just do stuff, right? That's just how it works out. Today, we ordered a storm door for our front door as we moved into this house like 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, and we want to put the storm door on the front door. Yeah, just so we have like an extra door kind of thing, protection and elements, and just so we can like open up the thing so we can get like a cross breeze through the house on certain days and stuff like that. So we wanted to get one, so we ordered one like last month, and they're like, oh yeah, it'll be here next month, you know, we'll, you know, blah blah blah. I'm like, all right, cool. So we basically ordered it, and we were waiting for it to come in. And what's annoying is it came in and they never told us it came in. So she just happened to check it yesterday or the day before or whatever, and realized that the status of it changed to ready for pickup or some shit. Right? So we went and picked it up yesterday, and her mom's boyfriend came over, and we installed it yesterday. Well, the thought was, hey, John will go to bed kind of early in the morning, and he'll get some sleep, and then when you get off work around 5 o'clock, you know, because he said he would help, right? So he said he'd come over when he was done working. So the idea was I would get off stream, you know, and I'd go to bed, you know, relatively early, like 9 o'clock, right? I normally go to bed on my days off. I normally go to bed around noon. But anyway, so I went to bed at 9, and I woke up at 10:30, or I went to sleep at 9:30, woke up at like 10:30, some shit, right? And I'm laying there at like 10:30. I'm like, I cannot sleep. Like, so the way my sleep system usually works, my body, is, if I don't get a full sleep in, right? Like, let's say I went to sleep after stream, I go to sleep, I sleep for 6 hours, right? I wake up early, cool. I'll be up for a minimum of 6 hours. But when I go back to sleep, my body will finish the amount of hours that were left in my sleep, right? So ideally it's somewhere around 9 hours. So I would sleep for about another 3 hours, and then I would struggle to stay asleep for past that 3 hours. Like if I got up to pee or something, I probably wouldn't go back to sleep for a very long time. AKA another at least 3 hours. So however long I slept for is usually about how long I have to be awake for before I can go back to bed. But with the caveat that once I hit my 9-10 hours of sleep, I can't go back to sleep for a while. Like for a lot longer of a period, I just can't. And that's kind of what happened to me. Is the day before I went to sleep at like 2 o'clock, and then I woke up at like 9, because of a rainstorm. She woke me up like an hour or two early, and when I went to sleep at 9 o'clock in the morning, 12 hours later, yeah, it was plenty enough time for me to be tired to go to sleep. But my body was like, hey, we just need to make up for whatever time we missed, which was an hour. So I would have slept longer than an hour, but I had to get up to pee. And the dogs woke me up. And when the dog woke me up, I was like, shit, I had to pee. So, you know, I got up to pee, I laid back down in the bed, and I'm like, shit, I can't go back to sleep. And then I laid there for about an hour, and I couldn't fall back asleep. So I knew that I was going to be up for the rest of the day. So the problem was, I hit my ability, and I guess it was on cooldown. What up, mate? The problem that we run into here is, it was 11:30 once I realized I wasn't going to sleep for a while. So me and her, we went shopping, you know, we went to Sam's Club, we hung out, did stuff. And I had to stay up until he got off of work. But by 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I was tired. I wanted to go back to sleep. But I couldn't go back to sleep because if I went to sleep, I would have slept for like 2 hours and then had to get up to put a storm door in, right? So you kind of see the dilemma here, right? So finally, you know, he gets off work, he shows up, we start putting the storm door in, we start doing our stuff, and the wife cooked a dinner while we were doing that. So when we were done with the door, we could, you know, have something to eat. But basically what ended up happening was we put the door in, got everything all hunky-dory, and then we tested the door, and the fucking screen rips. The second we moved the fucking glass down to like test the door, the screen rips. Everything else works on the door, but the screen rips. So now we have to call the 1-800 number for someone to come out and fix the fucking door that we just got and we just installed. And then, you know, we ate dinner or whatever, and at that point it's 7 o'clock. I'm like, fuck me. I just waited all day to put this damn storm door in, and it took us 2 fucking hours to put it in. And most of the time putting the storm door in was literally just figuring out the fucking handle. Because the handle is such an annoying piece of shit. It only goes in one way. But you have to turn it to get it to like line up a specific way. It's just, it's a big pain in the ass. Finally I figured it out and, you know, went in. But yeah, so I was like, alright, well now I'm dead tired. Now I probably, in theory, yo mate, thanks for the hydrate. So I could have stayed up, like instead of taking a nap. I wasn't super tired by the time I ate dinner. At that point I looked at the clock, it said 7 o'clock. I was like, fuck. I could have probably just stayed up, started stream a little early, and went to bed a little early. That probably would have been the easiest way to do it. But I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna lay down. And it took me about an hour to fall asleep, so I didn't get to sleep until almost 9 o'clock. And then wife came to bed like a little after 11. And so at that point I was like, alright, well, let's lay here and see if I can fall back asleep. If I can, I'll just sleep some more. If not, then I'll get up. And after laying there until about 12, I was like, yeah, I can't fall back asleep, so it's all good. I got up, you know, got on stream, and here we are. But now the problem is, I work tomorrow, so I have to be up at 5 o'clock. And if I go to bed too early, I will wake up ridiculously early, right? So I can't go to bed too early, but if I go to bed too late, I won't get enough sleep. So I gotta figure out what time to go to bed. Oh, what up, Jim? What's going on? How you doing, my friend? Thank you for stopping on in. Yeah, been a minute. Okay, that's, like I said, my sleep is pretty consistent. As long as I don't wake up early, I'm pretty consistent. Like, it's not always like waking up early is a problem. If I stay up long enough after waking up early, Then my body's like, all right, good enough, you know. You've been awake long enough that you can sleep a full night's sleep, kind of thing, right? It's just every once in a while I get woke up by something out of the blue, and my body's just like, yep, you're up now. And it's not so much my body, it's my mind. The problem I have with sleeping specifically is my mind just starts thinking, and I have anxiety. But once my mind starts like thinking about something, I start thinking about every possible scenario, anything that can and could go wrong, and then I'm like, all right, well, how would I handle that? How would I, you know, act if that happened? Like, what would be my solution? And I go down this damn rabbit hole, and it just keeps me from going back to sleep. That's the problem with me when it comes to actual sleep. It's not so much getting to sleep, it's keeping myself asleep because my mind won't shut the fuck up. I mean, I might have ADHD. I don't know. I've never been tested for it, but I mean, not that big a deal, honestly. You wake up at 8 even when you're drunk? That's crazy. Like, I wake up whenever the hell my body wants to wake up or whenever I want to wake up. Like, I don't have that problem. Like, going to sleep, I don't have a problem going to sleep whenever I want to go to sleep. Like, I see, like, so the people like you that wake up at a specific time every day, no matter what, is a good thing and a bad thing to me because it, it's one of those, if you go to bed late because you had a late day, and then you know you're gonna wake up at 8 no matter what, you know you're going into a day lack of sleep, right? And there's nothing you can do to fix it because it is what it is, right? You just can't sleep past 8, and it's not because you have to be awake. It's because your body just won't let you sleep any longer, right? Like that is kind of a problem in itself because you have to go to work after that, and then you have to do like a fucking long ass work shift, and then you know, Bob's your uncle or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like you're tired because you didn't get enough sleep, and then you gotta like do your whole work shift. You gotta do everything you gotta do. Then you come home, and then you can't go to bed too early, right? Because then you won't sleep until 8 o'clock. So you gotta stay up. I mean, you could try to take a nap. Some people can nap, some people can't. Maybe take like a 30, 45-minute nap, and then maybe that'll last you until, you know, you can go to sleep. Whatever. It's just, those are the rough days, right? It's not that it's a bad day, it's just a rough day. Like me, the only reason I am so adamant about my sleep schedule is because I can change mine all the time, and it's really easy to like, you know, swap what if I'm sleeping during the day or sleeping at night or whatever. I can sleep small intervals, and it's not a big deal. Like shit, the other month I took I took like a week off from work, so I had like 10 days off. Um, and I think in those 10 days I only slept uh I went like 72 hours. I only slept like 2 hours, right? It's one of those things that like I can take a nap, and if I'm active I can stay up for long periods of time. But the second I sit down and like I'm kind of non-active, like if I'm sitting here playing video games and streaming to you guys, my energy levels plummet if I haven't had enough sleep. I literally will start falling asleep at the keyboard, running into walls and shit like that, and it just gets really bad, right? Um, Probably shouldn't be doing this since I don't have ether. Um, Jesus. But then on the other hand, like, you know, when I'm working, it's more of a problem because I have a relatively boring, simple job that doesn't require a lot of thought. Okay, this guy's HP didn't even fucking move while I was hitting him, so we're gonna skip that for now. I don't know what to do. We have so many fucking quests. I don't know where to go to do anything. I can't get through this door to go out here. I don't know what to do next. This find a captured farmer in the Blood Grove. Okay, how do I get to the Blood Grove? Devil's Crossing. Okay, I think that's what I'm missing. Okay. Skyblock Shrine? You pay if you hang out for often enough, Jim, you'll know I do change games regularly. I will grind something pretty hard for a while and then I take a break from it, and it's because I get bored of the same grind. Doing the same grind every day, day in and day out for weeks on end. And Skyblock was kind of in that point where we were kind of just we'd log in, we'd do the same thing. We'd log in, we'd do the same thing. We'd log in, do the same thing. And after so many times of doing that, you just get kind of bored. So, speak to Ulgrim and Homestead. So, it basically just boiled down to the enjoyment I was getting from logging in and playing it every day was a little lower than I would like. So, I kind of was at a point where I was having fun-ish, right? And I was still progressing and it was okay. But I wanted something more. And then Path of Exiles League came out. I don't know who I picked, but I picked these people. I wasn't paying attention. But the Path of Exiles League came out and we went and played that for a couple weeks. And then while we were playing that, we were talking about Grim Dawn the whole time, and then obviously before that we switched to Lord of the Rings, so there's been a couple other miscellaneous. Yo, what up, Tom? There's been a couple other miscellaneous games since Skyblocks, but we were bored of it, and we switched over to the Lord of the Rings just to give you the full picture. We switched over to Lord of the Rings, and we played that for like 2 months because we wanted something new. I wanted an MMO. I wanted something just new, different, that I hadn't really experienced, that I've wanted to play. So we jumped over to Lord of the Rings and I loved it. Still want to go back and keep playing it. We will be doing that soon. I'm just kind of on an ARPG kick right now. But while we were playing that, after a couple months, the Exiles finally gave us a fucking league after almost a year of us waiting on PoE 1 to give us a new league. They finally gave us one. So we played that for a couple weeks. And like I said, while we were doing that, we had a lot of conversations about Grim Dawn. Since they're in the same genre, it made sense, Dig was saying how much he really liked the game and how good it was and everything. And then Topher was talking about, yeah, it's a great play, blah, blah, blah. And then Topher saw it was on sale, and Topher decided to be super kind, generous human being. And he bought us the DLCs in the game and sent it to us on Steam. So, since we were pretty much at the with PoE, and we were done with that league, we jumped into this right away, right after that. And we've been on this for, what is this, our 11th day? Something like that. Which is roughly 2 weeks of playing, but since I have, the way my stream schedule is, it's almost been a month of playing this, on and off, obviously. So we've been enjoying this. We've been grinding the crap out of this, learning the game, trying to push one character through, get one build all sorted. And once we have done that, we've done all the quests, and we kind of feel like we have a grasp on the game. We'll be jumping back into Lord of the Rings for a little while. And possibly, if there's another game that has something like a new league starting or something like that, we might jump into it. It is what it is. Oh, man. You have a migraine the next day if you go to bed early? That's crazy, Bear. You know what it might be, Bear? Low key, it might be the fact that you're straight up dehydrated. That's why. Like, you sleep for longer, and while you're sleeping, I don't know if you snore or whatever, but you might just be dehydrated when you wake up, which is why you have a migraine. And yeah, Bear, my naps are usually hours long. I don't do 30-minute naps very often, or naps very often. I only do that when I'm dead tired and I know I have a shit ton of stuff I need to get done. Like if I'm painting a house and I've just been up for the last 36 hours, I will take an hour nap. And then, I'll get up, I'll keep doing what I gotta get doing, and then like when it gets later in the night, I'll take like another hour nap. And then I'll keep trying to stay on my sleep schedule. Like I said, I can swap my sleep schedule. It's not a big deal, but uh it just really throws me off if I try to swap back and forth, back and forth. Yeah, Tom, welcome in, man. It's been a hot minute. I hope you've been doing well. How you been? What's been up to? And I haven't finished the Lotro story specifically, Tom. So in Lotro, we are currently finishing up Grim Dawn. What slowed us down the most is Grim Dawn is a huge place, and there's a lot of deeds, but there's so many quests. And you guys are in an ad, so I'm just gonna wait a few minutes here. Give me a second. Yo, what up, Chris? Feet cam, never. Just because you would enjoy it doesn't mean you get to get what you want, you know? But, what's up, Chris? How you doing today, man? Porchlight Infinity? Nice. Yeah, I never played that one. Like, it was funny. It's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna play Torchlight. I'm like, what the hell is that? Like, I didn't even know it was a fucking game for the longest time. So I never really like got into it. I always had other games that I wanted to play. I'm gonna wait for this ad to finish before we continue on with the like legit conversation we were having. Whoever's enjoying the conversation, I don't want them to be left out if they're in an ad. Hmm. Getting on some. Oh, how dare he! Uh, what is that? Oh, all right. I think the ad is just about to be finished. Could technically start the conversation now, but I'm gonna give it a few more seconds because some people just pass the timer a little bit. But yeah, like I said, guys, I was waiting to continue the conversation until I knew everybody was out of the ad. Oh yeah, that's a lot, Chris. That's a lot. A lot of subs. All right. Anyway, so I'm assuming most of you, if not all of you, are back from the ad, so we will continue on with what we're talking about. But anyway, so Moria is just since it was like the first expansion after like the base game, right? It's basically its entire game in itself. Like this zone is the same size as like the entire first part that we just went through. So the zone is huge, and the zone has a shit ton of deeds. So it's a lot of like just time because it was taking me about 2 days per zone to complete all the deeds and all the quests and everything. But then that zone alone has like 10 zones side of it, 10 zones worth of fucking quests and deeds and stuff. But the biggest problem isn't so much that there's a lot of zones and deeds. It's more or less. Oh, I did pick the wrong one. Fuck me. Um, it's more or less the problem that most of the quests, maybe like a quarter of the quests, are all dungeon quests or raid quests. So there's like 50, over 50 quests, maybe closer to like 100 quests that are all dungeon related, and you can't solo them. Me and Dig had duoed a handful of them, and some of them are really like really hard to actually duo. Um, so some of them we haven't been able to duo either, and then some of them are impossible as a duo. Yeah, so there's a handful of dungeons we still haven't been able to complete. So at this point, we've tried so many times. We're about. I'm at the point where I'm just like, fuck it. Let's just over level it and just kick its ass, later, right? Which we were trying to avoid doing stuff like that. We wanted to kind of do it while we were roughly on the same level as the content, but unless we have a full 6-man party, there's no way we're going to be able to do that with a lot of quests. So I was kind of getting burnt out at Moria because we were just banging our head against the wall every day trying to get those dungeons done. And I was just like, you know what? I need a break. Moria's kicking my ass. Moria's like dragging me down. So let's take a break. And that's like I said, that's a rare, like the perfect timing of PoE came out with their league, and I was like, all right, perfect time. We'll take a nice little palette cleanser. We'll go and play some, Path of Exiles for a hot minute. We'll get that shit sorted, and we'll come back to Lotro afterwards, and then we take the detour into Grim Dawn right after. So we'll be back to finishing up Moria. Uh, with a slight twist, right? We're gonna try and get the deeds done, but we're not gonna try and do the dungeon-oriented stuff. We'll come back to the dungeon-oriented stuff, but we'll be back on that once we finish this up, and then yeah, we'll take it from there. I'm assuming PoE 2 is gonna have a league here in the next month or so. So the goal was to hopefully finish this up in the next couple streams. Well, actually, I was hoping. The problem is this weekend we're doing community night. So first, second, and third of this month, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we're going to be doing community night. And we're probably going to be playing 7 Days to Die, depending on the vote. And then we will, the Wednesday and Thursday of the next week will be on this. And I'm thinking that might be the end of the Grim Dawn for this session. I might come back to it to continue on with this character and learn more. Or I might start a new character at a later date. But the reason why I say that is because if I have a month and a half left before PoE 2 comes out, their next league, I kind of want to get some Lotro in before then. I can technically stick on this, and I can play this until the PoE comes out, but I don't know. I'm torn. I kind of want to play some Lotro, but it might be a good idea to stay away from it a little longer and just stick to this until PoE comes out, and then play PoE 2, and then jump back into Lotro once I get bored of PoE 2. Because PoE 2 won't last long. That's the thing. I almost guarantee you PoE 2 League will probably last me max 10 days. 10 stream days. Pretty sure that's as long as it'll last me. And then we would be back on Lotro. So I might hold off on Lotro until we do the Path of Exiles thing, and then do Lotro after. I don't know yet. That's kind of the goal or the idea or the plan in some way, shape, or form. Oh, but anyway, back to what you guys were saying. Oh God. I do still play Eidolon. It's not currently on right now in the background, but I've been doing a lot of idling, quote unquote AFKing a lot of people, and slow progressing some stuff and trying to, get things unlocked and whatnot. It's just I don't put it in the forefront. I don't actively upgrade things and do things every single day. Some days I just log in, claim my Omniprox, and then close it, right? But I'm doing pretty good today, mate. It's just I'm tired. I didn't get a lot of sleep, so uh, we're gonna just try and push on, keep on keeping on. You just got back, Tom. Yeah, it's all good, man. It's all good. I appreciate you for being here when you can, you know. Yeah, it sucks, bear. And yeah, I very rarely do I wake up because I've slept too long. Right, very rarely. The only time I actually wake up when I'm sleeping is because I toss and turn. My shoulders hurt and I have to pee a lot. I drink a ton of water, so like I probably have to get up and pee 1 to 2 times every time I go to sleep. Uh, but basically, what it ends up boiling down to is if I've been sleeping for 10 hours, the next time I roll over or get up to pee, I might not be able to go back to bed because I'll just be like, okay, yeah, I've slept enough, you know. One of those things. My body's just not tired anymore. But let's say I'm like 7, 8 hours into my sleep, and then I get up to pee. I get back in bed, and I'm like straight up comfortable. I might not wake up until 12, 13, 14 hours into my sleep. You know, if I don't have to pee again, if I don't have to get up out of bed and get uncomfortable, like I probably won't wake up for a hot minute. Still not the longest I've ever slept, but it's one of those things when I'm asleep, I'm asleep. Until, like I said, unless I have to like roll over or, you know, get up for some apparent reason. Oh. So, Jim, if it comes to PoE and you do like it, but the problem you have is leaving a guide open telling you what to do for your exact steps, what that says to me is you need to find a build that you actually enjoy the gameplay of it significantly and play the same build every league like I do. This way, you don't have to read the guide because you already know what the guide is, right? You already know what it wants you to do. You already know what you're supposed to do. And every league, you get a little bit further, right? You get a little bit further into it, and you learn the next step, right? And then the next league, you get a little bit further, and you learn the next step. So every league, you understand it more. Every league, you get further into the you know the guide or whatever, and you progress and you progress and you progress. That's kind of why one of the reasons why I enjoy my build so much, my RF. And yes, it's a boring build. It's not the best build. It's weak. It can be strongish, but you know it's not for everybody. And people always make fun of me for always playing the same build. But it's one of those builds that I don't really have to look at it anymore. I kind of just log in, like I make a character, I just start running and start plopping in points as I'm fucking blasting the game, and I know how to level. I know how to gear it. I know, you know, how to get it into maps. I just know how to play the character. And it makes it faster, smoother, and easier on league starts to just play that character. And then once I've done that, then I can like, all right, sweet. Now that I've made some currency or whatever, we can try out something new. And at that point, since we can power level, we can get a bunch of gear on quickly. We can skip a lot of the guide stuff and go right to like the mid to end game like gear content and stuff like that without having to follow it so closely and step by step. But when we do get back to PoE, Jim, if you ever need any help, I mean, even if we're you know I'm not playing PoE, if you need help, if you have questions, if you want to ask stuff or whatever, feel free to ask. I mean, the best thing I can tell you when it comes to PoE is literally just get Path of Building, and instead of leaving like a YouTube guide or like a written like you know guide that you could find on a lot of those websites or whatever, just pull up POB and just like look at it. That easy. So making your own build, it requires a lot of knowledge, like a lot of knowledge. And the reason I say this is because the only reason that a lot of these people's builds work is because they tinker with them for so long, finding out what works with it, what doesn't work with it, what's slightly stronger than the other one. It's just a lot of trial and error, and then also they have thousands, like tens of thousands of hours in the game, understanding every mechanic of every part, and then they understand the mathematical equation behind the damage scaling and stuff like that, right? So something as simple as a righteous fire build, right? Righteous fire in itself is a very simple skill. Read it and it's like, oh, it burns things that are in radius. Okay, cool. Well, how do you make them burn for more, right? It's obviously pretty self-explanatory. And then what comes into play. Sorry, I'm pulling up the skill gem really quick for you. So one of the first things they look at is, okay, what are the tags on this, right? Righteous fire is tagged as spell, AoE, and fire. Now, typically, anything that the tag is will increase the damage of the skill. Now, this one's a really bad one to show because technically, Righteous Fire does not scale with spell damage. But the reason it's tagged as spell damage is because it grants spell damage. So it's one of these things of trial and error. And obviously, you can read the wiki because the wiki has a lot of the information. So like right here, the damage over time effect, blah blah blah, and it like gives you the information. So what ends up happening is you have to figure out what scales the damage. AoE damage does, fire damage does, but fire damage is a subclass of elemental damage, right? It also incorporates burn damage and things like that. So you, when it comes to every skill in the game scales in a specific way. But then you got to take into consideration the passive tree. Passive tree has a way of changing how skills scale, right? So if the scale says, oh, physical damage is converted over to lightning damage, at a proportional rate or whatever, you can then change that from lightning damage to say cold damage, or you can add cold damage to it. And there's like different ways to do things between the skill gems, the uniques, and the passive tree. There's so many different variations. These people have put so many thousands of hours into these builds, like not even a specific build. Like they can jump into a brand new build, but with the common knowledge they have from other builds that they have done, they can use that knowledge to know how to scale the character, like the build. And one of the things that like will always carry you forward is understanding defensive layers. If you understand defensive layers even on one character, then you can use that knowledge on every character going forward to make sure your defensive layers are solid for survivability, right? So you might play one character that is dodge oriented and test out like a dodge build. Like, all right, this is how dodge works, this is how it feels, blah blah blah. What can make it feel stronger? What can I add to it to make this layers be better? Okay, so now I understand how to make like a dodge build. Now let's work on like an armor build. Let's work on a block build. Let's work on, an ES build, or, the different builds, right? So you try the different defensive layers and all the different builds. And then that's like, all right, that's one aspect you've learned. So this way, whenever you're making a build, at least defensively speaking, you understand how to make it tanky or survivable. So that's like, it's just like anything in PoE, you have to take one aspect at a time. In order to make your own build, you literally have to learn one piece at a time. You have to learn how to scale certain damages. You have to learn how the different mechanics of the game can be used to increase damage, right? Between power charges, frenzy charges, endurance charges, and then there's another charge too. I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head, but you can convert those into a different type of charge as well. Knowing the charges, knowing how to generate them like easily, knowing how to take advantage of them, and what they're going to do for the build, and what items work with them that could benefit you, offensively or defensively. So take a build that I'm playing right now. I'm playing a kinetic blast as a champion, and just to sum it up, the champion has max fortification at all times. So whatever his maximum fortification is, it's just always there. It's always maxed out. So if the default is 20, but you can increase it in a few different ways, and then he'll just have more fortification. So there is a replica item called the replica badge of the Brotherhood or whatever, that um, it has some negatives to it, right? So whenever you have a percentage chance to lose frenzy charges when you use a traveling skill, which is one negative, and then you have another negative that on gaining fortify, you have a chance to losing all of your endurance charges, which is the negative. But as a what's it call it? I can't think of what it's called. As a champion, since you're at max fortify, you don't have to worry about gaining fortify. Well, depending on your gear, you shouldn't be gaining any fortify technically, unless you have something that says gain fortify on X in your build. Even though you're at max, technically it will be marking you as, oh, you would have gained fortify, so you can lose your endurance charges for that. Anyway, but what the item does is for every endurance charge you have, you get more fortification. And then for every frenzy charge, you get something else. But it also makes your maximum frenzy charges, or your maximum endurance charges equal to your maximum frenzy charges. So it allows for you to take advantage of maximum frenzy charges on the tree, on the right side of the tree, while also getting maximum endurance charges simultaneously, and then you take advantage of the Badge of the Brotherhood that you get more fortification for each one of these that you have, and it makes you tankier, it makes you do more damage and more survivability, because now you have frenzy charges to scale you, now you have endurance charges to scale you. Oh my god, that guy just fucking deleted me. Yeah, so here's the thing, Jim. I'm talking just high level right now. If you've only made it to Act 3, that is why you hate the game. The game has way too much information, has way too much getting thrown at you. There's just way too much shit that you have to learn and you have to understand. It takes brand new players thousands of hours to actually get to a point where the game can be fun, purely because there's too much information. Unless someone actually sits down and spoon feeds it to you piece at a time and helps you get through the game and helps you understand the quest and helps you understand your character and picks a build for you and makes you follow it, you're not gonna really enjoy the game, because you're just spending the whole time on wiki trying to understand, okay, how do I even do the quest? What quests do I need to do? What do I not need to do? How do I do it? Where do I do it? And you're just spending so much time researching everything to do, you can't progress. But once you understand how to get through the campaign, you understand how to do all the quests, you understand how to get to maps, and you can speed run to the map part every single league, which is basically what you're trying to do anyway. Once you do that, and you're at the point where you're roughly hitting level 70, in the first 2 days of the game, the league being out, and you're just jumping into maps, the game becomes a little bit more fun, because that's where you actually learn, that's where you actually progress, and you get, stronger and stronger, and you start getting currency to like build your build up and get stuff up. But in Act 3, my friend, like you don't have enough passive points, you don't have enough gear, you don't have enough anything, skills or anything, to really experience the game. If that makes sense. Yeah, I can't kill this guy. He has too much chaos damage. Yeah, so that's why you're struggling. So, Jim, I would say when the next Path of Exiles League comes around, if you want to come in and hang out with us, we will spoon feed it to you and, get you into, we'll get you through the campaign, and we'll explain the quest to you. We'll explain, where to go, how to check it out. We'll explain some, like, basics to you to get you kind of on the right path, so you can actually learn the game. And we could talk about builds, we could talk about things, we could show you some stuff out. So the way that they're doing their new stuff is they're gonna do 4-month rotations on leagues, but every 2 months They're gonna alternate. So they just released PoE 1's league last month. So next month will be PoE 2's league. And then 2 months after that, they'll do a PoE 1 league. And then 2 months after that, they'll do PoE 2, and so on and so forth. So every 2 months, we'll go PoE 1, PoE 2, PoE 1, PoE 2. So to go back and forth every single time. So with that said, that's kind of where you're going to be at. You're either you're going to be on, you can either play PoE 2 when that comes out next month, which is a completely different thing than PoE 1. Like, they're apples and oranges, kind of. So I wouldn't say you have to play PoE 2 or you should play PoE 2. But if you want to, you're more than welcome to join us on PoE 2 as well. Yeah, I agree with Chris. It's not as good as PoE 1, but it's a completely different playstyle in game. So it's definitely got its niche. It's like the difference between like RuneScape 3 and old school RuneScape, right? Like, a lot of people think RS3 is dog shit ass game, aka Chris does. But I love RS3, right? He loves old school. But we both like PoE 1, right? Like, it's just one of those, everybody has their personal preference in their games, right? PoE 2 is going to be free to play. I want to say, I don't know, maybe it's this league it's going to be free to play. But PoE 2 will be free to play. The only reason it's not free to play right now is because they had it in its early access state, where they were letting the players from PoE 1 that had, supported them throughout the years have first crack at it to give feedback and stuff. But I think it might be free to play now or soon. I missed a whole buttload of stuff. Mate, if you give me a second, I gotta scroll up and read a lot. Second 23 and 2 more statues. That's crazy. Oh, good job. Oh. And like Chris said, yeah, it's about trying it yourself and seeing if you like it. That's what I said. I'm not gonna say which one's better, which one's worse. I personally like PoE 1 more because it's more fast paced and I understand it more. But that's with the caveat that PoE 2 hasn't had all of its content released yet. Right. But yeah, it's what Chris said. It's slower and it's more tedious. The maps are so large with such a little amount of movement speed and stuff that it just feels very methodically slowed down to inflate the playtime ability, and it just pisses me off. Yeah, and that's the thing with PoE 2, we're still learning, so I don't know as much about PoE 2 as I do PoE 1. But what it basically boils down to is in general they are kind of the same game, the way it's played, but the way the builds are built, the way that the classes work, the passive trees are completely different, the items are completely different, the skills are completely different, the quests and the bosses are completely different. There's a lot of things that are absolutely completely and utterly different from one game to the other. But just the core mechanics of it being an ARPG, they're the same. That's the only thing I could really say. Like, the fact that they are ARPGs and they play like ARPGs is the only thing that really kind of makes them work. Now, the one thing you can take from PoE 2 and pay it forward would be the passive tree. Understanding how to efficiently navigate through the passive tree, picking up the priority nodes and navigating through it and that kind of stuff. That's something that you can learn in PoE 2 and kind of understand going into PoE 1. But at the end of the day, when you go into PoE 1 or even PoE 2, you're going to be following somebody else's build that has it already somewhat min-maxed for you and laid out in a way that you can just follow it. So I wouldn't worry. You're not going to really learn that at first. Like I said, when you play a build enough times and play it in a different way multiple times, you kind of know like you played it one way and then you played it another way and you see, okay, this person scaled it this way and it worked. This person scaled it this way and it worked. And I like this one over this one. And oh, I can talk about this for fucking hours, but it basically just boils down to you have to take it like one thing at a time and you have to learn it. That's like I said, that's how they make their builds. That's how they understand how to make builds. They know what scales what, like how to scale it, and specifically, they know how the uniques work. They know how like conversions work. They know how to take advantage of double dipping in certain situations and just things like that, right? It's just there's a lot of information. PoE is literally a marathon, not a sprint. It takes so much research, takes so much trial and error, and just testing and playing the game to actually get to a point where you understand it. But you guys are gonna be in an ad, so I'm gonna take a few minutes to shut the fuck up and let y'all watch your ad, and we'll continue on with this conversation. I'm gonna catch up on that. I don't know why, Chris, but when I read that message, I thought lizard nipple baby. Very confused at what I'm reading here. Bro, I couldn't tell you, Tom. I'm just waiting on this ad to finish so we can chat with Jim some, and so I can answer or reply to Tom's message his phone. Ooh, that hurt a lot. I'm getting hungry too, so but I think you guys are probably out of the ad right now. So let me finish this zone and we'll continue on. But yeah, Tom, to reply to what you were saying, about a noob PoE 1 run, I'm down. Um, but it has to be when I'm done with Grim Dawn. Like, I don't mind doing it right around the time PoE 2 League is coming out, just for, you know, any new player that wants to, you know, get dragged through the game and understand, get taught. We could do that before PoE 2 comes out. I'm down for it. And then y'all can join us in the PoE 2 experience as well. This weekend's already like allotted though for Unity Night, so I won't be doing it this weekend. I do want to finish this up before I go and do something like that. But Jim, if you're in the Discord, we can have a conversation about it in Discord. I mean, we can do it now too. I'm just saying, like, at a later date, if you want to like say, yeah, we can do it later, like, you know, next week or next month or whatever. But if you want to like touch base with me and like plan out a day to do it, we can do that. Um, just gotta hit me up in Discord so we can hash it out probably tomorrow or something, or next week or whenever you feel like doing it. Just gotta let me know what your plans are and what days would work good for you and stuff like that when you're gonna be here. I don't want to plan something, you know, myself, and then I go to sit down and play PoE to help people, and then no one's here, right? I want to do it on a day that you guys are gonna actually be here, that you're gonna, you know, be down to do it and whatnot. But I can do my best to teach you and explain things, show you the ropes, basically get you through the campaign and into maps. And we could chat about, like, beforehand, we could chat about different builds, try and find you something that might look interesting. I can show you some, like, YouTube videos of things, and then get you, like, a path of building set up so you can follow the build guide without having, like, fucking web browser open and things like that. Get you a item filter so that way things aren't just blanketing your fucking screen. Just get you set up with like the basics, and that's the thing about PoE is like there's so much little like third-party shit that if you don't have, the game just feels dog shit. And as a new player, making your own build and not following a build is basically impossible. And that's what makes PoE kind of dog shit. Because most people, at least in my experience, when they get into a game, they want to learn, like they want to do it themselves. They don't want to have to follow somebody else's information. They don't want to like be forced to whatchamacallit? They don't want it to be forced to follow somebody else's build guide and whatnot, right? They want to just kind of wing it, go in blind, have some fun, you know, make something up on their own, make them feel like they're, like, you know, accomplishing something or doing stuff and things. And it just doesn't work that way. It really just doesn't. There's way too much in that game to just jump in blind and actually come out with a good build. Like, you might be able to make it through the campaign on a build like that, but you're never gonna actually, like, kill any of the endgame bosses. Probably will never make it to red tier maps. You don't even know how to make it to red tier maps, let alone your build being strong enough to do red tier maps and stuff like that. I mean, if you want, Gem, I don't mind going to make some food, coming back, and we can just pull up Path of Building, and we can talk PoE for a little while. Instead of playing this, like, we can just leave this up in the background, it's fine. I don't mind taking a brief hiatus and just talking about things if you have questions, or if you want me to explain anything in specifics or in any type of detail. We can go over some things now, so even if we're not playing it together, I can at least possibly answer some of your questions to allow for you to possibly learn something that might allow you to progress a little bit further. Does that make any sense? There's a lot of resources I could throw at you that can help you with your own, like, research and information and just gathering of stuff. Alright, yeah, I'm down. Let me get over here really quick. I think this is what I was looking for. I'm really hungry, so I'm gonna go microwave my bratwurst. I have a couple of brats in the fridge leftovers from the other night, so I'm gonna microwave those, and that'll only take like a minute. That should be done. We're just gonna go back to town really quick, guys. I'm gonna go microwave my brat, and I'll be back. Oh. Yeah, like I said, PoE is a great game once you get the learning out of the way. That's the problem. Like, I have like 10,000 hours in that game, and I'm still learning. Right, that's the problem. Since every time they release a new league, they nerf things and they change things. They add new equipment and new legendaries and items. They add new skills. They change, like, tendencies and stuff. So with all the modifications, changes, buffs, nerfs, additions of, like, gear and skills, it's always evolving. Things are always changing. The metas are always different. The ways you scale skills is always different. And there's just new ways to do new builds every single league, right?
But that's why it gets so complicated and why you're always learning in the game. And people don't like it because if you take one league off and you don't like keep up with the new content, coming back to it 2 or 3 leagues later or a year later, you're like, shit, I'm so far behind, I don't even know where to start. And that's the problem with the game, is that can kind of make it feel like you're forced to play the game. But in reality, I feel like you don't have to play the game. You don't want to play the game, don't play the game. It's not that hard, right? You know, it's not that big of a deal at the end of the day. Um, but it can be a little overwhelming if, like I said, if you're coming back to the game after a little while and you haven't played, right, and like learning all the new stuff can be really frustrating. Trying to figure out where I want to put my points. I definitely think I need a dash ability, but I'm trying to think of what I wanted to do. I don't know what to do here. Uh, we could do more offensive ability here. Nullification could work for us. Could do a couple points into this to get the cooldown a little bit lower. Kind of got a pee too. We just go to here and get energy absorption from enemy spills, maybe. I don't know if that helps with survivability or not. Honestly, I have no fucking idea what to do here. Fuck it. And then we gotta deal with this afterwards. Alright, I'm gonna go bathroom, I'm gonna go microwave my food, and then we'll get back and we'll have a nice Path of Exiles conversation. Give me a few minutes. Got my food. Pull some stuff up. We're gonna have a lot of conversations, mostly directed at Jim, and then obviously y'all chime in, help out, ask your own questions. Oh, arms are fucking killing me. Oh man. So Jim, my first question to you is, no cat, go away. What kind of, like, do you play ARPGs like at all, or is it MMORPGs or anything like that? Like, do you have an idea of what you like? Like, are you a melee player? Are you a ranger type of player? Are you a spellcaster type of player? Are you a minion type of player? Are you a glass cannon style? Are you like a straight up walking tank? Like, what is your kind of go-to esque like play style when it comes to games like this or MMOs or something? Okay, melee. Narrows it down specifically. Okay. Now, with melee, are we talking glass cannon or tanky? Are we talking big slow slams or super fast attack speed like snap style? Also, are we talking physical damage with melee skills? Or are we talking elemental damage with melee skills? Okay. So anything fast attacking melee you're good with. Now, I'm gonna try and show you a handful of skills. And we're gonna try and narrow down what you want to play. So, one of the caveats to melee is there are skills that are kind of like melee, but they also have range, right? Um, is that a green? Okay, let's go. So, lightning strike. So you basically smack the ground, and his lightning strikes go out, right? This build is absolutely cracked out of its mind. Attacks crazy fast, but it's glass cannon. You do so much damage that almost nothing can kill you because you kill it before it can kill you. That is one build, right? Not a true melee, but it is tagged as an attack, which is technically, and it is tagged as melee, right? Once again, 50% of physical damage is converted over to lightning. It shoots out 3 projectiles. Projectiles deal less damage with hits and elements, but you can ignore the negative part, right? You can get to a 4th projectile if you quality it up, which is a conversation for later. And then they have like different alternate versions, which we won't really care too much about that. It basically just boils down to this is one of the skills. So what I was gonna do is PoE lightning right. Okay, I'll give you a quick little just view
What
of
is going on, guys?
this
For
is what
today's
the
video,
build looks like. Okay. Basically, he's slamming the ground. These projectiles are going out, and they're returning back to him as he's walking around and slamming the
I will
ground.
show you the best lightning strike slayer build in Path of Exile
Right.
3.26. This is a super reliable mapper with smooth,
I
clear,
don't care
solid.
what you have to say. So you see, this is a fast attack, just elemental version of quote unquote melee, right? That's kind of what it looks like. I personally don't like it, but it does nuke bosses. It is really strong. It'll carry you through the game once you get it up and running. It's expensive, it's strong, it's a different type of play style, right?
You might have been playing Lancing Steel. But let us. Let me go back to that skill really quick. We are gonna go to. Alright, so this should be all the melee skills in the game. Quite a lot, obviously. So we have at the top. This is not gonna be your playstyle. I mean it could be. So there is quote unquote totem builds in the game, Jim. So you summon a totem that fights next to you. And either A, you can set it up to where they do all the work and all the damage, or they supplement your damage by giving you buffs and stuff, right? While also adding in more damage. So we'll come back to these, but not great. All right. So Bladeberry for me is one of my favorite builds, but it feels really bad for map clear, right? For clearing big open areas of mobs and things like that. All right. So this is Blade Flurry. Whenever I get out of this ad. Right. So basically what happens is it's a channeling skill. So as you're channeling it, you start stacking up these stacks. Now the faster your attack speed is, the faster the stacks come up. When you let it go, copies of your character will um basically return back to you and do a shit ton of damage to anything they pass through. Plus, as your copies are going out, they're doing damage. So you'll see like he's just so it's hard to tell. If it's a cool build. It's really fast attack speed. But you see this arc? This is what I was talking about. See how it's like got a clone? So you can really hard to see this when you're actually playing the game. But when you start to channel, this is like the area of effect of where your shadows will go. Your shadows will go and seek out a target, and you'll stack up a couple charges. Then when you let it go, they all come back to you and do big chunks of damage. And you can read it 25% more damage with hits and elements for each stage, up to a maximum of 6. So you basically charge up a bunch of damage. You let it go and you nuke stuff. It's a cool build. It's a cool skill. Not many people play it anymore, but like I said, it's more of a single target skill than it is of like clearing out stuff. Bladestorm, I don't consider this a melee skill. I'll at least show it to you. It is, but it's not what you. I don't think it's what you're looking for, right? So basically, you jump into a pack and you spin in a circle, and it leaves these like tornado-y, like swirling pools on the ground that do damage. But I just don't feel like that's what you're looking for, right? So we're gonna skip that one. We do have Bone Shatter, which isn't fast attacking, so we'll skip. I mean, technically you can attack fast with it, but we're gonna skip it because I don't think it's what you're looking for. Now, Cleave can be fast attacking. It's basically what it sounds like. You're cleaving the screen, like you're literally sweeping from one side to the other, kind of thing. And you see this big hand that just like goes across the whole screen, right? Can be cool, can be damaging. I don't know. It doesn't look very appealing, so I don't know if that's something that would catch your interest. Cyclone is basically the same thing I'm playing in this game, where I'm just spinning to win. So there's that. Dominating Blow. It's kind of a weird one. Uh, You get some gameplay? Yeah, great build, bro. Okay, actually there is some gameplay. Really small. Okay, so we're gonna want a quick little video. I want a little, like a few seconds of the gameplay so you can see what it looks like. So basically what it boils down to is you kind of punch things, right? It's a weird skill. Like I said, I don't think it's something for you. I can read it to you really quick. It's a weird skill. Uh so you summon these magic sentinels that kind of fight for you, and these normal sentinels, and it's like a minion based build. So as you're attacking, you have a 25% chance to spawn a normal one, blah blah blah, when hitting like people and stuff. Basically, you summon these minions that fight with you, and then minions do most of the damage. And I don't think this is. Double strike. This is kind of more up your alley. Double strike and dual strike. Basically, what it boils down to is you perform a fast attack with your melee weapons, just like right. This is a really cool skill. I like the Val version. Val version, um, you summon maximum 8 summoned doubles. So you summon people, clones of yourself, to do damage. Right. But we're about to be into an ad, so we'll take a few minutes here. I'm gonna eat some food. When the ad's over, we'll continue on. Like I said, this is gonna be the longest part, Jim, is finding you a skill so we can put you into the right character with it going forward. So it's gonna take us a minute. Oh man. We do have 11 points here. Here, what we want to do with them. Splitting Steel, that's what I thought. Splitting Steel and Lancing Steel are both relatively the same. Do mental damage. So this guy, a couple more purple, but could do LA damage, LA damage, LA damage. Like, this could be a good one. This one's okay. I think the LA damage one's better. Could go to this one. This one's not bad. Flat LA damage with LA damage. More LA damage and burn. Not a bad one. I don't really like the crab though. If you're doing fizz based with LA damage, like, this one's pretty cool. Alright, so it doesn't look like there's any particular on this. What if we go with fire? Okay, this is the kind of hybrid one that we thought about doing for chaos with it. This was kind of the same thing, fire chaos. It'd be a good combo. Both of those would be good combos if you actually did a chaos fire build. Yeah, this is another one that people were like, yeah, this one's really good, but I can't get both. I think I have so much invested in the other one. Well,
I don't know what to do with my 12 points. I'd go with defense instead of offense. We'll look at this more when we get back. All right. Jim, are you back from your ad? If you even had one. Oh. Yeah, I was just waiting because I know there's other people in chat that probably got hit with an ad. All right. So let's see it. So Double Strike is pretty cool. Like I said, this one's like. So the way I was talking about this one, Jen, you said you don't really like having summoned for you to fight for you. This is their additive, right? So you use the base skill where you're just whacking them in the face over and over again with your own weapons, right? But when you get onto a hard boss or mob, you have a second button you can hit that will summon clones of you while you're fighting. Right? So it's just additive. It's not the build. It's not what does all your damage. It's just an additive. Help you single target something down. Kind of cool. So I would say Double Strike might be partially up your alley. Hold on, I need to fucking. I hate when this happens. I need one of these fucking toothpicks for my fucking tooth. Oh. You know how fucking annoying it is? You bite into something, and a small little sliver of it gets between your teeth, and you can't get it out. Oh, it's so fucking frustrating. Alright. So, obviously, like, you're looking at this, and you're like, what the hell's going on, right? So, the way he has this set up is he attacks, and he has AoE splash damage. So, everything around where he's actually attacking is taking damage, and he's exploding them. But basically just jump in and you smack one and it like smacks all of them. We can get to actual hard mob. Hoping to show you like a boss fight. Anyway, so yeah, this one's just like a generic, just you whack them all, right? You just whack, 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 real fast, right? Earthquake is slow. Earth Shatter's slow. Eviscerate? I don't remember this one off the top of my head. This is a newer skill that I never actually played yet. What's going on here? The fuck? Okay, I guess he's showing the tankiness of it. I guess this character is really tanky. I just want to say the attack. Interesting. Okay, so Eviscerate throws out like a shock wave kind of slash in front of you. Could be cool. It's kind of like a Reeve. Frostblades. Frostblades or Flicker Strike. So Flicker Strike is a real good go-to for a lot of people. I don't know if you'll like it. Basically, you teleport around and you smash shit in the face. It's really hectic. So you kind of just teleport from mob to mob to mob. And yeah, as you can tell, it's kind of like RNG. Hey, take the wheel, right? The game kind of just takes the wheel and you just teleport from mob to mob, smacking things. But then on a boss, you kind of just teleport to the boss over and over again.
So it relies heavily on like attack speed, but you're literally teleporting around the screen the whole time. Kind of a possibility. I just wanted to show it to you because it is a possibility. Frostblades is a very fast frost attack that splinters and hits other mobs. Like behind it. It's a good boss killer. You hit one target and then projectiles shoot out of that target and hit other targets. And then for single target, you can just basically permafreeze things. It's a very fast attacking playstyle. But that's Frostblades. Glacial Hammer, no. Ground Slam, no. Heavy Strike. Heavy Strike can be a fast attacking skill, but you basically, it is what it is. It's basically meant to stun things. You hit really hard, and the more attack speed you add, obviously, like, makes attack faster, but I don't think you personally like that. Lacerate is kind of like the Eviscerate we were looking at earlier. Kind of just blanket the screen. Okay, seriously. There it is. So as you swing, it like puts this like shockwave in front of you of like a swing. Give us gameplay. You see how it has like that little red swing? Kind of small. It kind of has a little bit of range to it. It can be really strong. Doesn't look very particularly great. Molten Strike, basically when you punch something, drops fiery orbs on the ground. You were playing a Lacerate Glad. Lacerate Glads are strong. They're definitely strong. Does that look interesting to you? Just you like swing a little bit and it like sends out this like slash attack in front of you. I personally think there's much more cooler skills. Like Reeve is a pretty insane one too. It was boring. Okay, yeah. Reeve is similar to Lacerate and Eviscerate, but it builds up range and stuff the more you cast it, but it's so faint you can barely see it. It basically does another slash wave in front of you, right? So all three of those are kind of the same thing. If you slash the air and the like that slash goes through the air and hits things and kills things. Meh. Smite. This is what a lot of people are playing this league. Actually, kind of cracked. This is kind of basically like you slam the ground with lightning and do an AoE. Okay, I hate these. So, trying to find just gameplay footage. Fucking bro, just let me see what it looks like. So you see how he's like hitting the ground and those lightning strikes are happening? That's the smite. And it does a little area effect, but it can do it from range and point blank. So lightning strike might be a good one for you. Or frostblades. Frostblades is pretty cool as well. Sunder is cool, but eh. I mean there is static strike, but I don't think you would like that one either. So you also have Viper Strike, which you said you like Elemental more. This is kind of like Elemental, but it's poison instead. It's a single target kind of poison stacking boss deleter. Wish I could zoom in. He's fighting like a really high end boss right now. Basically, he jumps on him and he just starts punching him and applying a bunch of poison. And it basically just really fast attacks poison. Yeah, so far the two that I think those are the two best ones I think you would want to play. I think Smite is better than Frostblades, but it depends
how you want to play. Frostblades has the potential to freeze people, like bosses and stuff. All right, Tom, thank you very much. Have a good rest of your day. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you stopping back in when you could. And yeah, take it easy, my friend. Talk to you later. Have a good one. I think Smite's better, but Frostblades has the potential of freezing things for indirect safety. So we'll show you some in-game Smite. I hate people that make videos that don't show any gameplay. Like, cool, you're showing me your build, but show me your build, right? Yeah, so this is Lightning Strike in a nutshell, right? You're walking, you're right clicking, it's attacking mobs. Another one of these fucking videos. But you see how he's like he can attack. You can get a lot of attack speed with it. You can get a lot of area of effect, so it like blankets the screen. So we have the Smite build, then we have the Frostblades build. So as you can tell, you can't really see what the fuck's going on. But it's kind of the same, but instead of the lightning strike coming down from the sky, causing a lot of like screen clutter, Frostblades is literally just this like small little projectile that hits the first mob, and like I said, kind of pierces and hits other mobs, and causes them to kind of freeze and explode when they die from being crit. Right. So what happens when you freeze a mob and you kill it? It shatters and it does damage to things around it. So it allows for a lot of like AoE clear. Yeah, very similar to splitting steel, but since it's cold, like technically you can convert splitting steel to cold. But this, I don't know. I think Frostblades is just a better skill. Super attack speed, super freeze potential, shatter potential for AoE clearing. Pretty good option. Like I said, Smite. A lot of high end streamers are playing Smite right now, and it's kind of cracked. And I'll kind of show you something really quick. So there's a website called PoE Ninja. You can look at builds on here. So if we were to come on here and we were to look up Frostblades, right? Very few people are playing Frostblades right now. So we can look at total DPS of Frostblades. This guy's doing 179 million DPS with Frostblades right now. But he's relatively squishy. So he could easily die if he doesn't kill something. This guy does 63 million, but he's relatively tanky. And the guy below him at 60 million is even tankier than him. So something like this, even though it's less damage, might be more up your alley because you're less likely to die. Right? But then if we look at Smite, remove Frostblades. More people are playing Smite, and as you can tell, 2.1 billion. Like the damage difference is night and day, right? And this guy still has like a shit ton of survivability. So currently, yes, this is a shit ton of extra like currency to get to this point, but you can kind of see the potential of the skill in comparison. Don't ever think you're gonna meet what these guys are doing. This gear right here, you will not reach. I promise you that. But you can see the potential if you put enough grind in, you get enough currency, you get these items, you can in theory reach these pinnacle numbers, right? and you can get really strong and kind of crush shit, right? That's basically what it boils down to. I don't understand the build, if I'm being honest, though, because they have permaflasks somehow. I don't know how they have permaflasks. Anyway, but this is the website I use to look up other players that are playing builds to kind of get a guesstimation of like what their survivability is, what their DPS is looking like, and kind of look at their builds and figure out what I like and what I dislike about them, right? Because you can like I said, you can like click on a character, and then on the right side here it tells you these are their attributes, right? This is how much movement speed they have. These are how many charges they have. So they have a lot of endurance charges on this build, make them tanky. This is their total effective energy pool, and they have 1 life. So they're playing CI, so they can't die to chaos damage. They have 100% reduced damage to chaos. And then they have 90% all res across the board. So that means that they're taking 90% less damage from fire, cold, and lightning. And then their overall armor is only 12k, but they have 10k evasion. But they have 75% chance to block dodge spells and attacks, and 100% chance to reduce elemental damage by 50%. So overall, a lot of defensive layers. And this is what I was talking about before. Learning the defensive layers will carry you a long way in survivability. And survivability will then allow you to work on learning the offensive section. Figuring out how to do more damage. Right. So this is a build that you could possibly run. But I would say CI builds aren't very noob friendly. Because you have 1 HP. So you have to survive off of purely your energy shield. And if you don't have energy shield leech or some sort of regen to it, it can be finicky to keep your HP alive. But with how much damage this guy does, it doesn't even fucking matter, if I'm being honest. But anyway, so if you're kind of set on which one of the two you want, we can try to find you a quick build. Something easy to follow that, like, yeah, well, I'm not gonna pick you one of these like stupid ones. I'm gonna pick you something like generic that's easy just to follow. And we'll take it from there, right? I'm leaning towards something in the duelist section because you already have a duelist, so that way you don't have to start over, and you can just convert over to it. But if you haven't played in a while, you're gonna start over anyway on the new mercenary league because that's where you want to do all this the playing. You want to play on the current league, so yeah, that's fine. Like I said, you always want to start over on the new leagues anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But my question still stands: do you want Smite or do you want Frostblades? I don't know what to do with my devotion points, honestly. Yeah, it's a close one. They're both really cool. I definitely think Smite is stronger currently, but it's going to be more expensive because of everybody else that's currently playing it. Crossblades might be cheaper. And that's the thing, is it's a better build, but it's a more expensive build. So the items you need to get to those like brute force like high tiers is it's like astronomically more expensive. It's just, so the way I look at it, Jim, is like it's not so much playing what the meta highest, that's strongest build is, playing what build aesthetically pleases you the most, because the more you enjoy looking at what your character is doing and playing it, the longer you're gonna play. Take me for example. I play Righteous Fire, right? Let me show you Righteous Fire. You're gonna be like, oh, why do you play that build? Fuck, it sucks, right? Right.
highest DPS Righteous Fire player in the game currently is 34 million. Not even coming close to what yours is. Like the two builds I just showed you. Yet I play this build every league and I barely ever break 1 million damage. I'm usually way down here. And I enjoy the build, so I play it every league. Right. Damage is great, especially when you're doing high tier content and you want to like kill like uber bosses and doing crazy stuff and whatnot. But it's just about having fun, enjoying the experience and doing things that are enjoyable and fun and whatnot. So once you make the decision, we can then select one of these. Yeah, it's funny. It's the number one DPS in the entire league right now is currently this guy using Smite. It's actually crazy. And then closely followed by all of the volcanic fissures into regular Smite. I kind of do like this guy's though. I don't understand it. I don't personally understand the build right now. Oh, this one makes more sense because he doesn't have like flasks. Okay. So enemies cannot leech life from you. This generic evasion, energy shield. He doesn't have max spell sprint. I think I like this build, but I also hate this build. I don't like this one as much. But I think the other one is misleading and incorrect because he doesn't. I think this guy changed his shit because he doesn't even have max lightning rate. Yeah, I don't understand this one. So I'm not gonna do this one, even though I like this one because it's like DPS with survivability. I'm kind of worried that it's false and it won't actually work. Yes, Frostblades is really good with bosses because the thing is depending on how hard you can hit, it increases your chances of freezing even on bosses, right? So freeze is determined based off of how much damage you deal to a mob in one hit on the chance to freeze, right? And the duration. So if we look up, we'll just look up freeze really quick. Right. So the way freeze works is a hit of damage that can has a chance to freeze is capable of inflicting freeze. Criticals inherently have a 100% chance to freeze, so if you can get to 100% crit chance, you're guaranteed to freeze things. By default, only cold damage can inflict freeze. By certain equipment, default behavior can change, aka this. Damage types inflict freeze. Freeze duration is based on the monster's elemental threshold, which is usually equal to the monster's maximum life. The base freeze duration is 0.06 seconds. For every 1% of the target's elemental threshold, aka life, dealt to the freezing damage hit, up to a maximum of 50%, aka 3 seconds, freezes with a duration smaller than 0.3 seconds are discarded. So you have to, since the base duration is 0.6 seconds, to get to 3, you have to at least 5% of their life to be able to even do this, right? Yeah, so it says it right here. Effectively hit 5% of elemental threshold. Example, a mob approximately 2 million HP, you'll have to hit 100,000 damage to cause minimal freeze of 0.3 seconds. Now, this 0.3 seconds can then be increased with modifiers and like freeze duration modifiers and stuff like that. And modifiers like increase effect of non-damaging elements and increase effect of cold elements do not stack freeze duration on hit damage threshold. They do, however, counteract statuses like reduced effect of non-damaging elements. So you need some. So when you run into somebody that has the reduced, you can still stun them like everybody else or freeze them. But that's basically in a nutshell, so you can technically permafreeze things in this build. There is no diminishing return. Every time you freeze them, it's the same freeze duration depending on how much damage you do. So the harder you hit, the more it'll, like, the longer it will freeze them, and then you add in freeze duration on top of that to extend it a little bit further. So if you have 100% increased freeze duration, a 0.3 will now be a 0.6. But if you're attacking 15 times a second, you have a permafreeze even without freeze duration, right? So theoretically speaking, if you walk up to a boss and as long as you hit him before he attacks you, you can have 0 defense and you cannot die because you will literally just permafreeze him until he dies. Smite can't do that. Smite wins in the fight because it does 20 times more damage, so it kills it before it is a problem. But with the freeze, in most situations, you're fighting a single boss and you're freezing him so he's not even attacking. Some situations you're fighting 2 bosses, so that's a little harder. And if you line it up and you position it properly, you can technically freeze all of them. But sometimes there's just unique effects to the map or their abilities that will do damage to you, so you do need some survivability. And then sometimes there are phases and stuff like that, so you have to wait for the phase to finish and then they can get an attack in and so on and so forth. But I think Frostblades is a much safer, noob-friendly build because the fact that you can freeze things and it makes you indirectly safer when they're frozen, so you don't have to worry so much about getting hit and punched. As long as you scale the damage and your attack speed, you should be good. So as long as you have, like, I don't know, 10 attacks per second, you could probably permafreeze almost anything. As long as you have, like, as long as you're doing like really high hits 10 times a second, it'll be pretty good. Now you will run into some bosses with extra life that you won't be able to freeze so easily, so that might be a problem. But I would recommend Frostblades personally. And if we're being honest, I would go with this more tanky version with less damage. Oh, never mind. You won't get those items. That's not gonna happen. Yeah, you won't get those items either. So most people are gonna be like built the same way. So this item you won't be able to obtain. This is way too expensive of an item. This is possible, but it's expensive as well. This is not gonna be obtainable either. This is obtainable, this is obtainable, this is obtainable, and like most of the yellows are all obtainable. It's literally the belt and the shield, possibly the chest, basically never gonna obtain. So I'm trying to go down to find you somebody that has some damage but also has survivability that doesn't. I don't really want to force you into Warden, probably not a bad option. I don't want to force you into a potion build. I'm trying to find somebody that doesn't have the shield that has good survivability. Okay. So this is probably the first one I have found that actually has okay survivability. And most of the gear looks somewhat obtainable except for the belt. And obviously this like double ring bullshit. But you can kind of get the idea of it. So this is the way that they build their character. I'd have to actually go through this entire thing. But what you're gonna need is path of building. So go to Google, type in path of building, and you're gonna go to path of building community, right? And you're just gonna okay. So make sure you have this, and then import that. Did that actually go? Hold on. Let me just not. Don't use that. I'm gonna import it, and I'm gonna give you a smaller version because that's really fucking long. And then we'll go here. We'll generate. We'll share. Copy. There we go. Use that.
Get one letter at the, I know, right, dude? That shit can fucking suck. Anyway, so there's the actual code to get this. Now I have to go over this to kind of see the build in itself. Because like, you know, life attacks, instant leech. Instant leech is really strong for survivability. And then you get leech's life. Now he is gaining rage, which gives him a lot of damage, which comes from this, so that you won't be able to I'm gonna turn this off because you're not gonna have that. But you can easily obtain those. This is obtainable. So we won't say anything crazy about that. You probably won't have this though. I'm gonna just take things off that I know you won't be able to obtain. So what is this looking like? 65 block with no spell suppression, 84 all res, immune, die, huge ES pool. Alright, and then we're gonna go into items really quick. We're gonna take off the mage blood. Which obviously reasons to change because you're not using the flasks anymore as effectively or whatever. We will turn off your flasks. As you can tell, this is the problem. So when you look at a mage blood build, they get almost all their resist from their flasks. So you have to adjust your gear according to that, knowing you're not gonna have a mage blood. But as you can see, like the damage went down significantly without the mage blood. Your survivability went down. Now a lot of the survivability will come back once you get like max resist. But this is more along the lines of what you would end up getting. And then you probably wouldn't have this. And the rest of this is probably due. And then that's the smart on hit. Pretty simple. Automation. Frost shield. Oh yeah, because you're going ES. Mortal Call. Cool, I guess. Frost blink. I don't know why brutality is even on this. That just sounds fucking good. Whirling blades. That's just really dumb. This is your 6th link for your chest. And then haste, foul discipline, and enlighten makes sense. Shield and Tempest shield, enlighten with breastplate. Flesh and stone on your gloves. Kind of weird, but okay. Okay, yeah, he has preservation efficiency on his shield. That makes sense. Okay. So the shield probably won't happen either. It's an expensive shield. You can get a dumbed down version of it, but it is an expensive shield. And then mana reservation here too. So he has 14% mana still, but he has mana reservation on his shield, which really makes that work. And then he's got some on his helmet, which isn't necessary, but it's easier to obtain. So you will run into some problems following this build, but you'll be able to follow it mostly. So I think this is fine. I think that the build is fine, honestly. So basically, like, so pull this up, you know, do what you got to do. Um, pull this up, follow it right. Go out this way. Probably pick up. I want to see where your first damage comes from. Yeah, so probably head out this way. I don't know why he's picking up lightning damage. Crossblades? Hold on. Interesting. So his frostblade is actually lightning damage. Interesting. Definitely interesting, but he's still doing cold damage, so it won't be permafreeze. I don't know if I like this. I kind of wanted to put you onto a freeze version, not a lightning version. So that was a mistake on my part. So this one's mostly cold. And it's on a Slayer. This might be better. Oh, never mind. Alright, I'm tempted to go with a less tanky one because I know it won't have the shield. Something like this. I don't know if this is gloves. Supposedly have all this. Oh. Okay. So up to you. Jim, what would you rather have? Would you rather just do lightning damage and not really freeze and just play as Frostblades with lightning damage? At that point, I feel like you might as well just play Smite, honestly. Or do you want to have a weaker version, like less tanky, but actually it does cold damage, so it should allow you to freeze things and be indirectly safe as long as you don't get punched in the face too hard. Not saying this is the best build, but this is just like the first easy one I ran into. It does have some expensive items like this down here. Obviously this that we can swap out, and this is a little expensive. Probably you won't get this or this, so a lot of this is unobtainable. Like if we come down here and just look at the bottom, like he just doesn't have a lot of HP. It is, it's tough. It's very, this is the hardest part about playing the game, is finding something that just rings home. Like this guy has like no survivability, but he still has the shield. It's like if I want to give you survivability, it's like you have to have that shield. All right, this one doesn't look as bad. Like he still has a Watcher's Eye, still has this, and he still has this, which these three are expensive. But everything else on this build looks somewhat obtainable. Maybe not the taming, maybe the taming, I don't know. I know, and that's the problem. But here's the thing. If you are cold-based build, you're relying on the freeze preventing you from taking damage and dying, then you are being able to take the hit and survive through it, right? That's what I'm saying. I feel like if you're gonna play lightning, you might as well just play smite. But if you want to play Frostblades and you want to play it as cold, the only way to get it tanky is to obtain this item. And it's stupid expensive. 123 divines right now. And I'm assuming this is like price fixers, but 123 divines. And let me tell you, you ain't gonna farm 123 divines on your first time playing through the game. It's not gonna happen. And then the other item you need, which I've never obtained one myself, is another 50 divines. Right. So you're looking at almost 200 divines and 2 items, not counting anything else. And you're not going to get that much currency, which is why I'm trying to find you something that doesn't require those 2 items. Or at least, like, the Mage Blood isn't required, it never is, but it does juicify your character quite a lot. This guy, like I said, he's relatively weak, survivability wise, but he does still do a decent amount of damage. Like 6 mil DPS, with cold. It's possible he can be okay. Oh, so this is a possibility. Might okay. I think it's one of those things, man. Just sometimes it just doesn't go in your favor. Now, when you're better at the game, right? Those chase items are possible, and you can play builds like that, right? It's possible. So let's look at this one. Okay, so this one, I don't know the price of the helmet or the amulet, but it definitely looks a lot more feasible.
right? Because like this is just deals double damage when focused. This blade is probably the most expensive item in the build, other than the mage blood. What's it called? FME or whatever. Yeah, so relatively cheap-ish. It's definitely obtainable. Basically, attacks with this weapon have added maximum lightning damage equal to the percentage of players' maximum energy field. So, the higher the percent this goes to, which I think it goes to like 16 or something like that, the more lightning damage you'll have added to your attacks. Which, once again, the more energy shield you have, the more damage you have, and then it adds lightning damage. So this is how you scale smite so hard. Is this item right here? And if we look at the item, it can drop anywhere and it can be chanced. So pretty easily obtainable item. I mean, it's easy as in terms of like a lot of people will have them to sell, not so much that you will find one. Uh, so I think this is obtainable. What's the Whisper of the Infinity? Relatively obtainable, and then Howl Crack. Relatively obtainable. So it looks like there's not a lot of super expensive items in this build. Obviously, like the jewels on the other hand, like this will be expensive. Um, this might be like this one will be expensive. The rest of this should be obtainable. This you won't obtain. So it'll be a dumbed down version of what this guy has, but I think this is the better version. Like you have about the same amount of survivability, quote unquote. It'll be less because you won't have the mage blood, and you'll have to get slightly different stats on your gear. So keep this in mind going forward, Gem, is if you can't afford a mage blood, which is expensive, right? That means these flasks will not be active, which means you're gonna have to make up for the lack of resistance that this gives and this gives on your gear. So your gear isn't gonna mirror his, it's gonna be similar, but it needs to have more resistances to make up for the fact that you don't have the belt. So like this here, instead of having item rarity on it and like percent damage, you would want to have more resistances, right? Same thing over here. Instead of having elemental damage with attacks and item rarity, you would most likely need to put uh, more resistances. Then on your boots, right, they have lightning res, but they don't have anything else. So you probably would get something along the lines of energy shield recharge or stun and block recovery. You don't have those on them, right? So you have to go through these and you have to get rid of the ones that aren't really helping or are just damage additives, but aren't like obviously you're gonna want to ask because you're not gonna know which ones are good and which ones aren't, right? Because you need the ent, you need the attack speed, you need the energy shield. Like those are the three main things you need, right? But on like something like this where it has strength and dex on it, you need those because if you don't have strength and dex, you're not gonna be able to wear some of your gear. So some of the stuff can be ignored. It just lowers your survivability and or your damage a little bit. But I think this is a better option for you. You're gonna take advantage of a tincture, and then you're gonna have some potions on, and you're just gonna run around, and you're just gonna fucking smite things to death. Now it's gonna feel weak at the beginning because until you get this and you start scaling your energy shield. But if you think about it, let's say you have something that's like 10% of your energy shield, and you have 10,000 energy shield, so it's adding 10% of 10,000, which is 1,000 lightning damage to your skill, right? You know what I'm saying? Like that's a huge amount of base lightning damage to be adding to your skill to scale it. So let us copy this over. Let us pull it up. Give you the actual link. I think like I said it's not the perfect one. I could spend more time finding you a better one. But this is just something to get you just going and you can learn it, figure it out. Uh so I mean you're starting as a shadow, right? Coming up, you're heading through here. Um Probably ignore this early. Head up through this way, pick up the lightning node, you know, head up this way even further. You could probably pick this up if you wanted to. But I would ideally just pick up this. And then head down from there. You pick up your accuracy right here. Pick up your leech. The one thing I don't see he has that I would honestly add 5% instant leech here for survivability purposes. I think that's. Oh, but he doesn't have ghost. Hold on. Oh, he does have ghost. Okay. So. Wait, does that not work? Why doesn't that work? Why does it go to mana? Hold on. Yeah, so he has ghost, which leeches life leech, like leech energy shield instead of life. Why is it going to his mana? That doesn't make any sense. Because his energy shield should have life leech. Well, he's picking this up, which, like I said, doesn't make any sense. I don't know. I think this works, but I think for some reason this is being wonky. But I would pick up 5% instant leech myself. It'll help you survive so much. And then from there, you could do this for maintaining your skills, more damage over here, and then more survivability here. Pick up this survivability at that point. And then at this point, you're like kind of halfway through the campaign. You wrap your way up here. You pick up this. You pick up like the 2 reservation nodes here. And then you're kind of filled out at that point. And you can pick up possibly this. And then you either A, just pick up lightning nodes temporarily until you can get cluster jewels. So you got lightning here and you got lightning over here. So you can spend a bunch of points just picking up a bunch of generic lightning nodes while you wait. And then you're not gonna go CI. Let me reiterate this early. Do not go Chaos Inoculation until you have at least 5,000 energy shield. Do not do it. Tell you that right now, up front, and also when you pick up Chaos Inoculation, make sure you pick up Ghost Reef at the same time. So you need both of these at the same time. You're going to need 2 points available to pick both of them up simultaneously before you make the swap to CI. That is the one caveat to playing CI and why I don't recommend it for noobs, like brand new players, because it's something that will kill them. They're like, oh, but it tells me to get CI. You pick it up, you have 200 energy shield, and you instantly die over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And you get pissed and you quit because you can't live and you don't realize why. So do not get this until you have, I would say minimum 4,000 energy shield, but I would shoot for at least 5,000 and then go from there. And the way you're going to mostly get your energy shield gem, just so you're aware and it makes sense to you, is your items. So you're going to see your chest piece. It has evasion and energy shield on it. Your gloves, it has flat energy shield. So this has 200 energy shield on it. The chest piece has 700 energy shield. The boots have 270 energy. The rings have a little bit of base energy shield. So 30 on this one. And then this one has another 20 plus 15. So another 35. And then all the intelligence gives you energy shield. So since you have this big intelligence node up here that gives you percent intelligence plus flat intelligence, you end up with like 800 intelligence by getting intelligence on your gear. The intelligence is going to give you a bunch of energy shield, but so is all the flat energy shield on the gear. So make sure you're getting energy shield based items to start getting energy shield. But keep in mind, don't focus on energy shield early. Okay, like I said, there's a lot of caveats here. Like Dig said, take notes. What I would recommend you do, since I'm not going to be playing with you
to walk you through it while we're doing it. Early on, I'm talking acts 1 through 5. Focus on getting armor or armor energy shield based items. Right. Once you make it from acts 1 through 5 and you start act 6, focus on making sure you are hybrided with armor and energy shield. Then, once you get done with Act 10 and you are finally done with the acts and you're into maps, that's when you make the conversion to full energy shield based items, dropping all the armor, and then switching to CI and Ghost Reef. That should be your progression. The armor throughout the campaign is going to help a lot with physical damage hitting you before you have a lot of HP. It's going to really significantly help your leveling process and prevent you from dying so much, having that armor, which is why I recommend you have armor. Armor is great early, it's bad late game. So having armor all the way up to maps is fine. It's perfectly acceptable. You're still going to die here and there. Don't worry about it. You run into a brick wall, I'm here. Recap from which part? Do you want me to recap like, hey, when you first make your character, progress like this and avoid this? Or, you know what I mean? Like, what do you need? Take it from the top! Okay. Okay, so when you first start off, obviously, you're going to make your shadow, right? When it comes to your talent points, you might have to clip this, it doesn't matter, but my recommendation would be to follow the line all the way up to this lightning right here, right? So you're going to go around this way, you're going to pick up this lightning, right? And then from there, you're going to follow the line down and pick up all of this, including the life leech. Make sure you add this to the build that I sent you because it wasn't in your build. So do that really quick before you continue taking notes. Add this 5% instant leech. Once you're done with that, let me know and I'll continue. So just click on the little centerpiece, click 5% instant leech, press OK, and then save it. I'm waiting. That's why I didn't move yet. I want to make sure you know what you're doing. Are you trying to find it? It's like, here's the start. It's literally right across from the start. It's called Leech Mastery. Is that done? You good? Can we move on? So from here, you're going to head down to this crossroads. Now, from this crossroads, you kind of need everything that's here. All three of these, right? So this one will help you be able to cast your spells more frequently and not run out of mana so fast. So I would recommend getting this first. Then heading over to get the damage and then the survivability. At this point, you should be roughly Act 5, Act 6 area with all these points you've spent. And once you're at this point, you're kind of backtracking to pick things up, right? So starting down here, you would avoid the jewels, right? Jewels are the last thing you pick up. So any of these cluster jewels, any of these regular jewels here, right? You're avoiding those until you're in maps and stuff. So with that said, you're backtracking. So you're picking up this node here, and then you're working your way backwards. You're like, okay, I'm not picking up the jewels. I'm not picking up the jewels. I'm not picking up the jewels. Not picking up this jewel. Okay, I missed this node. So pick this node up. And then you start heading up. And then keep in mind, I told you this, do not pick these up until you have 5,000 energy shield and you're in maps. So keep that in mind. Ignore these two. Pick this one up. Head over here and pick this one up. And then this. And from here, you either A, start investing into jewels and purchasing them off of other players, or B, generically speaking, as you're leveling up and you have points to spend, put them generically into lightning nodes. Right here. This wheel of lightning. Right? You click on usually if you like hover over it, whatever, you can see the other lightning nodes. Let me look quick. So you have this big lightning wheel up here. You have this small lightning wheel here, but not the best. That's pretty much it. So I would just take your points, spread them out over here, and pick this wheel up while you're waiting to obtain a cluster jewel. And then another cluster jewel down here, which is where a lot of your points are gonna go. And that's what I would do. So once you you branch over here, you put these points in. Once you can afford like a large cluster jewel, like one of these, then you'll refund some of these points and you'll put it into the cluster jewel. And then as you level and you're waiting to afford another cluster jewel, you re-put the points back into the lightning. And then when you get the next cluster jewel, you refund some of the points, put them into the cluster jewel, rinse and repeat until you run out of spots to put things and you run out of passives, right? Basically, that's what it boils down to. That's kind of how I would do this. That's how I would do your tree all the way up until you get to maps and you're progressing through maps. When it comes to your ascendancy, so in Act 3, you can technically go in what's called Ascend, which makes you pick a subclass of the class. So you start out as a Shadow, and you ascend and pick a subclass. So you're going to pick Trickster, and the first thing you're going to do is you're going to... Ooh, Leech's Inners. Okay, this is good. First thing you're going to do is you're going to pick up this. You're going to pick up Polymath. Then you're going to head down for Escape Artist into Soul Drinker. So this will be your first ascendancy. This will be your second ascendancy. This will be your third ascendancy. And then eventually you'll be strong enough to do your fourth ascendancy, which will give you this. For more frenzy charges and stuff, which is scale you even further. That takes care of your entire tree of what you need to do, in what order. Like I said, if you want to go back and recap it, you can. I'm going to take a break because there's an ad. I don't know if you can actually hear me or not, Jim. Somebody has a sub and would like to tell them that I will continue the conversation when the ad's over. We will. Unless you can hear me. You don't have an ad? Okay. Well, I mean, like I said, there is going to be the VOD. I do save my VODs off. You can check my About Me. About it. But you can always go back and rewatch the VOD, or you can make a little clip if you want. You can go back and clip it, or whatever you want to do. Make a highlight out of it or something. And like I said, you can always come back and ask me too, like you just said. Like you can come in, you can just ask me, you can be like, hey, currently in Act 4, I can pull up your character. That's something I will show you on how I can pull your character up and like see where you're at, and I can like kind of inspect him, and then I can kind of show you where you went wrong comparatively to the build and what I think you're lacking at. Yeah, so the clip is only 30 seconds to 45 seconds, but what you could do is if you go back into the VOD in Twitch, you can actually, I think you can make a highlight, or I can, but like I said, I will do save off my VODs, so it will be that. Like I said, if you go into my About Me, you can find the link, and then you can watch the VOD anytime you want. It'll be on there, it'll be in the playlist with all the other ones. It'll be day 11. Roughly, where are we at right now? How long are we live for? 3 hours. So it's about 3 hours into the stream of where you would find it. So write that as your note for where to check the VOD, right? Once the ad is over, I will continue on talking, Jim. So just give me a few minutes. Like I said, I don't like continuing on the conversation because if anybody else is in chat and is following along and listening, whatever, I want them to also be present
for the continuation. So we're just gonna wait a minute. I know, it sucks. Not time for the test. What is 1 + 1? Window. Correct answer. I know this is taking a lot longer than you probably wanted, Jim. I'm sorry if you wanted to leave a long time ago or if you're bored or whatever. I know I'm not answering your information and giving it to you very quickly. You should know by now. Most people do. I don't give cookie cutter answers. I give all the information and you do with it as you wish. I'd rather teach you to fish than to just give you a fish, right? Stop. Not a trick question. 1 + 1 is window. 100% it is window. Windows buts about it. It's a window, 11, or 2. It depends on how you look at it. All three of them are acceptable answers. All right. Back to what we were talking about. All right. So that takes care of this. Okay. Do you have any questions on this part? Okay. So the next part is, this is going to be the hard part, is the skills, actually, because I don't know the exact progression of when to get what. Because you get certain skills at certain levels, right? Yeah, you'll have the VOD, and like I said, you'll be able to come back and ask me. I'm in Discord all the time. So if you're playing in the middle of the night and I'm not live, at me in the Discord if you have a question, right? So when it comes to this, when it comes to your gear, right out the gate, Act 1 to Act... I would say Act 1 to Act 5, focus on pure armor-based items. You're looking for things with resistances, things with maximum life, and you're looking for added lightning damage to attacks. So if you look at... If I find one. You might not have one, honestly. Okay, so we'll take this amulet for an example, but substitute the word chaos for lightning, right? 2 + 2 is fish, mate. 1000% is fish. Yes. So you see how it says 8 to 22 added attack chaos damage per mana, whatever. It's worded a little bit differently than what I was trying to show you. Like this one says adds 1 to 2 physical damage to attacks, right? You're looking for something like that, but it says lightning damage, right? So you want something that says adds 5 to 15 lightning damage to attacks, right? If you can find that on gear, it'll increase your damage. If you can find maximum life, it'll increase your damage. Or your HP, sorry. It'll increase your HP and your survivability. If you have things with armor, the armor will make you tankier so you won't die as much. And the resistances are required because it makes you take less damage and makes you survivable more, right? The only other additive stat you can get that will help do damage is this last stat on this ring where it says increase elemental damage with attacks. That stat works for anything that does elemental damage. So it doesn't matter if it's lightning, cold, or fire, it will do extra damage with those. So those are the primary stats you're looking for while leveling up to Act 6. Once you get to Act 6, you're going to make the transition from pure armor to armor energy shield, specifically. Let me actually, hold on. Sorry. Evasion energy shield. So you're going to make the swap from being like kind of like a bruiser where you're getting punched and not taking that much damage to more of a rogue-esque playstyle, where in Act 6 you're going to start making that transition to evasion energy shield based stuff because you need the energy shield for life, right? And you need the evasion for survivability plus energy shield.
Because if you read this node, it gives you +4 evasion per maximum energy shield on your helmet. But it also gives you plus energy shield per evasion rating on your body armor. So getting the hybrid evasion energy shield is really good. Now, if you want to take it a step further and get a little bit more technical with it, technically you can go pure evasion on the helmet and pure energy shield on the body armor if you wanted to. Not 100% required, but you could. But basically boils down to you want energy shield and you want evasion. You want evasion rating so you can dodge. You want the energy shield so you have HP, and then with your leech plus your energy shield and everything, you should be able to survive with a decent amount of dodge chance. And that's basically what it boils down to. You get a little bit of block later and stuff like that. So like I said, his overall effective hit pool is relatively low, but the goal is to kind of not face tank things. Stand off to the side, punch him a bunch of times, rely upon a little bit of your dodge, a little bit of your block, but mostly your instant leech and doing decent damage and killing things before it can kill you. So yeah, that's the transition. So when you get to World 6 or Act 6, make that transition from pure armor to evasion energy shield. And then when you finish Act 10 and you get to maps, that's when you're going to start looking to make probably keep that, honestly. Just keep the evasion energy shield going, forward. Actually, I take that back. You do the evasion energy shield chest piece, but everything else is energy shield specifically. Right? So you're gonna try and farm up some chaos so you can purchase some of these uniques from some other players, this Whispering Infinity, this Hollow Crack, and this Ethereum Edge. You want to try and buy these 3 items from other players, and then the belt can be any yellow belt that's going to give you energy shield plus resistances and stats that you need in replace of this instead. And then everything else is kind of similar, but like I said, prioritize those 4 stats. Prioritize life, resistances. Actually, you don't need life anymore. You need energy shield. Sorry. And in maps, you need energy shield instead of life. You need resistances. And then you're going to need, what's that last thing? For your damage, you need added lightning damage to attack, elemental damage with attacks, and stuff like that. And that should get you kind of roughly on your way to doing most things. The hardest part for you at that point is going to be your skills. So this is where it gets complicated and where playing with you would make things much easier. Basically, going from here onward, what you're looking to do is weird. He's got General's Cry. Yeah, this is a little weird the way he's got this set up. Why does he have 2? This is weird. This is weird. I don't like this. Because why is auto exertion in here? Does it somehow work? Because General's Cry. Oh, because you're Oh, interesting. Okay. So I see how this is working. Okay. So you're going to want to follow this kind of. So this setup is technically for your General's Cry. So the way this is set up is auto exertion automatically casts this for you. You don't have to think about it. You just turn it on and it just casts it for you. These guys it'll spawn minions to fight next to you, and they will be casting smite alongside you. That's how this works. And then the one in your helmet is the one that you will be using yourself. So you're gonna want to try and pick up regular smite to start with, and then eventually try to get the Val smite later. But you're trying to get smite with multi-strike, validity, as your first 3 jewels together. That's it. This one. And then for like your 4th one, you can do like either lightning penetration or like added lightning damage to attacks or something. Something to just give you more damage. To give you like a 4 link to get you kind of cruising through the game. This will be something you can add in whenever you want, but it's a survivability thing. It's automation. You turn it on, automatically casts Steel Skin for you, which gives you an absorption bubble. Don't run Blood Rage too early. You'll kill yourself, and this is your movement. So if it was me and I was playing your character, I would focus on getting Smite, putting in Validity as soon as I can. Anything that involves like lightning damage or elemental damage with attacks or something like that. Because you can get elemental damage with attacks, I think, in Act 1. I don't know what level you get Smite at. But get Smite as soon as possible, get Validity, get Multi-Strike, get anything with elemental damage or lightning damage added, attached to it. Just smash things with Smite, using your health potion to keep yourself alive. Pick up Leap Slam and faster attacks whenever you can, and start leaping from pack to pack. You should get Leech relatively early from the tree. Like I said, you come this way, come up here, and you pick up this, and then you instantly come down for the Leech. You should have Leech to be able to maintain. And then once you come down here and pick this up, you shouldn't have any more mana problems to be able to leap around and punch things and stuff. From here, once you don't have energy or mana issues anymore, you can then put on Wrath and the automation Steel Skin at that point. And then you can do mark on hit with Assassin's Mark kind of thing. After you have that, you should be smooth sailing pretty much all the way to maps. And then at maps, then you're going to want to go through this and kind of get most of what he has, but you won't be able to do all of it because he has a lot. These enlightens are expensive, and that's the only reason why he can make his work, and you won't be able to. So you'll basically work with Wrath, Discipline, and Precision, but you probably won't be able to auto exert or automation. Probably, I don't know. You're not gonna run Clarity either. Clarity won't be there, so Clarity will be the thing that you'll like drop off, and you'll have mana. It's kind of like if you ever played Diablo 3, Jim. Did you ever play Diablo 3? Because if you play Diablo 3, they're very similar to like Rifts. So it's an item that you find that you put into a device and it spawns a map. Right? So similar to like the cow level, right? You put it into the map device and then it spawns that specific map with the layout and mobs and stuff with specific you know, effects on the map. So you might have like less crit chance, you might take more fire damage, or might have less resist or whatever. So the map will have different affixes on it that you'll have to deal with while you're in there killing all the mobs. And then there's a end boss that you want to try and kill, and you want to kill all the mobs inside of it to get loot. And that's where you're mostly going to spend most of your time playing PoE, is sitting in the maps grinding currency and items and loot and gear and things like that. Like I said, I know like I went over a lot of information. Most of it's in one ear, out the other, because too much information just won't stick. So you're gonna have lots of questions. But basically, what it's gonna boil down to is go into the game. Right. I'm gonna launch it really quick. Right. To show you. You're gonna go into the game, you're gonna start your character, you're gonna start doing the quests. Now, you're not gonna know what quests you can skip unless you Google it or someone tells you or you figure it out on your own. But the short of it is most quests in the game have to be done. Either A, for passive points or progression in general. But what you can do is you can press the U button. U brings up your world list, right? So what you'll see is that this is the map. Now, you're not going to see all of it. You're going to see a lot of question marks and things that you can't get to, right? Because you haven't explored them yet. But at the bottom here, these are all the quests, right? So you're going to notice, like, if you click on this one, it gives you a highlighted area of where that quest is, right? I click on this one, it says here. A lot of times when you find a quest, if it's a turn-in quest, you've completed it, right? It will give you a highlighted line that says, like, brings you back to town, right? It'll be like, oh, from here to here, or from here to, whatever it is. It'll tell you to bring it back to town to turn in the quest. I don't have a quest to do that for you. Is it done all my quests? But this is how you can go in and you can, like, read the quest, right? So, for example, this one. He asks you to find the silver locket buried near the broken bridge, and it highlights broken bridge. So what I would do is I would go to this place, and I know where the broken bridge is, but it's the next zone, right? So here's the broken bridge. I would go into the broken bridge, and I would run around and explore. Now, you don't need to do this quest. This is one of the quests you don't have to actually do. But you see how I see this exclamation mark? Now, they don't always give you exclamation marks, but that's where this one is, right? And then once I pick it up, I'll just do it so you can see what I'm talking about. Right. Now when I press U and I click on the locket, see how there's a line leading to the town and it's telling me to go back to town? I would go back to town and turn it in. Now, you don't have to, but you can, right? I typically hold on to all my quest items until I eventually end up back in town. And then I come over here and turn it into the dude and quest done, right? Then I get like a random ass class. This is why I don't do the quests. But yeah, so if you're lost on what you need to do, you're in Act 1, you're like, oh, I don't know what to do. You come down here, you're like, oh, well, this quest says I need to go here and I need to do this, right? Or this quest says I need to go here and I need to do X, right? So it helps to read them, and if you get really lost, like I said, you can ask or you wiki it. Wiki has all the answers to all the quests. Some of them are just something as simple as so Act 2, it has Einhard. Talk to Einhard in the whatever that place is called, right? So we were to go to Act 2. This is the first time you run into this guy, right? Einhard is right here, right? But they want you to talk to him in Menagerie, where he hangs out. That's that quest, right? And then you have other ones and other acts. So this one is Nico. Visit Nico's mining encampment, blah, blah, blah. So that is this little mining encampment right here, right? This one you can skip. This is a Lost Expedition. Once again, tells you what to do, so on and so forth, right? So they start introducing league mechanics to you one at a time. So Act 6 gives you 2 technically. Act 7 gives you another one. Act 8 doesn't give you anything. Act 9 doesn't give you I think one of these actually does. I think Act 9 gives you one, but it's the Immortal and Syndicate one. So they give you Syndicate and then so on. So you end up like running into random ones here and there. But the main thing I wanted to show you was pressing U to pull up your world map to be able to navigate the quest and understand what to do to push along to keep going. So that way you at least know what zone you need to be in, and then obviously a little like dot inside the circle or whatever, or where it's telling you, you can kind of see where you are on the map in comparison to where you need to be. So it kind of helps a little bit. and then you explore the area to find the different zones and the waypoints and stuff. You just kind of complete the missions one at a time and push your way. Make sure you keep up with the levels of the zones, and that's pretty much it. Pretty simple. So once you do Act 10, you go to the epilogue, which brings you to the main little town thing that I was sitting in the start. You run all the way to, you run around and you explore a little bit, but you basically find this guy called Carrick, and he gives you another mission or another quest, and he basically says, hey, take one of these maps and go put it in the map device, which is down the stairs north of you. You put it in the middle of the map device, or wherever you want in the map device. You hit launch or whatever, you launch a map. In order to complete this quest, you have to complete that map. Once you complete the map, then you get the device in your hideout that you can place, and you can actually run maps in your hideout from there on. And that's where you're going to start running maps. I'll just show it to you. It's just easier to show to you than just find it. So you end up here whenever this loads. You can't see it, but see how you start all the way down here on the beach, and you have to run all the way around through the tunnel, all the way over to here, all the way to this guy. And then when you talk to him, he gives you a map. Like I said, you choose one of 4. You bring it down here to the map device.
Would you like a cup of water?
Stick it inside.
Thirsty right
and
now.
You hit activate, and it launches. You go through the portal, and I'll show you what that looks like because I have one in my hideout. Thank you for the hydrate, mate. Now I have no water. Sweet. So this is my map device, right? You have to actually go in and put it down. So you go into edit. You go into decorations. I don't know why that didn't start typing. Search map. So you get this map device, place it down, and then you can change it with the scroll wheel. You get 2 devices that you choose from. I usually use a small one. And then you close the edit and get rid of it and whatever. You can move it around, you can drag it, spin it, whatever you want. But you will get these items as you're playing through the end of the campaigns. Like the Act 8, Act 9, Act 10, you'll start getting these things. The little circular little gray things that drop on the ground. And they just say alleyways map, bone crypt map, ramparts map, so on and so forth. You can only get tier 1s while you're in campaign. When you start running the tier 1s, you can start getting tier 2s, right? They look like this. And then you eventually start getting tier 3s, so on and so forth. But basically what it looks like is, I'm just going to throw this one in, and I'm not going to really... You go over here. You can control click and it'll just move it over for you, and then you hit activate. Then it launches. Then you go through the portal, and then you just run the map, right? And I'll do a quick little run through, and I'll show you, right? Got these mobs that are just here, right? My build's really bad right now. Just leveled this character and I haven't geared him up yet. But yeah, you just go through, you kill the mobs, right? You navigate the map itself. You do the league mechanics that are inside of it. But you see that thing that just dropped? This is currency. So you pick up the currency while you're in here. So you can use that to buy things later or to craft gear or whatever. That really fucking hurt. So the league mechanic, this league is these guys. These little followers. You can actually ask them to you can hire them, but you have to fight them and win if you like what they have available. So since your character is going to be struggling because you won't have enlightens, you can take somebody that maybe gives you precision or something, right? Something that takes over one of the auras. So maybe you get one that has wrath. You don't have to run wrath on your character, or maybe one that runs one of the other ones, right? So you can actually afford to put all your auras on, and he gives you the other aura. Anyway, but then you can take an item from over here or one of you're wearing or whatever you want to do. But those guys are in every single map now. And then we won't worry about like any of the particulars when it comes to maps because that's way too far advanced for you right now. But like I said, you just basically just run the map. The more damage you have, the more AoE you have, the more attack speed you have and damage you have, the faster you can run map. Like I said, my build I haven't even geared this character yet. I leveled him and he's still in leveling gear. So I do like no damage. Snake! Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to get to the end so I can show you. So not every map is linear like this, where it's just like a straight line through the map. Some of them are circles, some of them are zigzaggy and just kind of annoying. This one happens to be just a pretty linear, straight line, kind of simple bullshit. There's another currency. I almost died. Actually really close to dying there. Yeah, and then you come in here and fight the boss. Each boss has its own like little mechanic that you have to worry about, obviously. And once he's dead, right? Drop some loot, and then you can leave. Up at the top up here, this is what you're paying attention to. It says 47 monsters remain. That says 50. That means there's 50 or more mobs in the map, which means you missed an area or you didn't kill everything. You leave whenever you want. But you see how I got like another map to drop? That's kind of how you sustain your maps, and you get more maps and you progress your way up the chain. I'm not going to go into map progression. I'm not going to go into any of the craziness of this or any of that. We're going to ignore this until you get to that point. But like I said, the basics is you go through the campaign, you do the quests, you go from place to place, you upgrade your gear as you're going through, and then once you get to that point where you're starting to do maps, we can take a step further.
Holy Jesus.
One thing to keep in mind.
What the fuck is that?
The one thing you could do to help yourself while you're leveling is check out. Did you get an ad, Jim? I'm kind of curious because I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to keep going if you're in an ad. I just want to cover one last thing for you. No? Okay. So, when you're leveling, when you first get to a zone, you can talk to some of the NPCs and they have gear available that you can purchase for like small currencies, right? As you do quests, the inventory changes. So you want to check them after you do a couple quests, you want to check them. After when you first show up, check them. Do a couple quests, check them. Do a couple more quests, check them. You want to keep doing it so you can find gear that's in increasement to what you're doing, right? So with that said, you're looking for things that do what I was talking about. So this chest piece, right? It's only got two links, which doesn't help you all that much. But this helmet, it's a 4-link, right? It's 3 reds and a blue, which is pretty solid. That might be something good for your lightning strike. It's only armor and energy shield, but at least it still has armor on it. You're looking for things that are going to give you links that suit what you need, and maybe like an upgraded weapon or something, right? I don't know what weapon you would want to go for early on. You could probably go with something with like probably like a crit dagger or a claw. Claw is probably your best bet actually. Go with maybe like a claw. Like let me double check. I don't know what what smite requires weapon wise. So smite says, perform an attack and causes lightning strike to nearby enemies, dealing damage in an area. Each target can only be hit once by the skill. Hitting an enemy grants an aura for a duration requiring a sword, axe, mace, scepter, staff, or unarmed. So what I would recommend, if it was me, until you get the ethereal sword, use a scepter. The reason I say a scepter, because scepters come with LE damage. And LE damage will scale your lightning damage, right? So, once again, you talk to the guy, you see what he has. He does not have a scepter. Scepters are a 2x3, like this. So, see how this is 20 LE damage? So, let's say you liked it, right? It was like, oh, okay, this is, okay, it's got a good implicit on it. It's got the good sockets. You buy it. Now, what you can do from here is you can bring it to your hideout. And you're going to have to find these as you're leveling up and going through the thing, but you can actually craft onto it. So you won't have as many as I have because I found all mine so far. But you can come in here and you can do like increased lightning damage. You're going to have something like this, right? So it'll be like another 25 lightning damage on top of the 20 LE it already has. So you can force craft more lightning damage onto it to give you more damage. Right? You can do something like that. And then from here, you could then like use other currencies to like, I added something else to it. Okay, stun duration. Doesn't really help, but it is what it is. And then I have like a starter weapon, right? And then later you can find a new base, and you can do the same thing and rinse and repeat that process to continue growing your character. You can do the same thing with armors, like I said before. Like let's say you had like a really bad helmet or something, or a really bad chest piece, or you got a brand new chest piece that was slightly better. You can do the same thing. Like let's say you were to buy this helmet, right? It's kind of the same thing. You're lacking. You go to your defenses. You say, "Oh, I'm lacking fire res." So you can head over to your hideout. You can force craft some lightning res. Or fire res, or whatever you're missing. Go down to suffixes, go down to fire res, craft some fire res, boom. And then, like I said, you can come over here, you can hit it with an augment to add another thing to it. Boom, item rarity, not great. But you fix your res problem, you take it, go on with your day. You can do the same thing if you find yellows on the ground and it has an open like slot. You can add, stats that are missing to your gear. So it makes you could round out your defenses using crafting recipes, and you can increase your damage using crafting recipes while leveling as well. So, there's that. As I said, I know it's information overload, but since I can't play with you while you're going through it to answer these and talk about it while we're going, I wanted to give it to you all up front. And since it's all in the VOD, you'll be able to replay it, read it, or listen to it, kind of just, get the information whenever you need it. It'll be up right when I end the stream. Yeah, you're welcome. That's what we're here for. And like anytime you have a question about any game, and it doesn't matter if I'm currently playing it or not, just feel free to ask. Like I don't mind taking a hot minute out of my day to help somebody else, figure out what they want to do or want to get into something. I love gaming, man. I love teaching. I like the games. I like helping people like get into games. Like I just like playing video games. Like I get bored of playing them myself, but I get excited of helping people play. Get into something they've wanted to get into. Especially on a game that I do like. I will tell you, this is a very good game as well, though. If you do have it, like, phenomenal game so far. Not as complicated as PoE, so it's a lot easier to get into. I haven't figured out the whole in-game thing yet, though. I did. I played Trove for a hot minute. It was one of the first kind of games I dove in head first into while I started streaming. I never really got the Crystal Gear 2s or above, but it's all good. Oh yeah, that sucks. I got it on sale. Well, someone gifted it to me when it was on sale, so I got lucky. But PoE is free. That's why I like it so much, bro. It's a free game and it's phenomenal. Like, you can't beat that. most free games like have a huge downside, or they're just kind of meh, you know. All right, achievement done. All right, time to get our ass kicked by this boss. Shockingly, I didn't get my ass kicked. Interesting. But yeah, jump in, Jim. Go play. When you have questions, come back, ask. At me in the Discord anytime. If you don't have the Discord, just exclamation Discord in the chat. Join it whenever you want. At me in the Discord if you ever have anything. You can also share some screenshots in there. There is one last thing I wanted to share with you, Jim. It's not game related. It's some way that I can track your character and help you. So if you want to do it, I can show you how to do it. But basically what I would need is for you to go into your Path of Exiles account and give me your name, right? So like my friend's is EDJ 200 pound the number, and like mine is like yeah right kid pound 6622, right? I need that number from when you log into PoE's website. It's at the top of the screen. I need that number, and I need you to set your account to public so I can pull up your character's information. So for example, just so you understand what I'm doing, this is Edges, right? My friends. I would hit start, and it'd be like, oh, Mercenary League. These are the 4 characters he has in Mercenary League. I can like click on it. I can import the tree and the items he has, and I can like look at his character, right? I can inspect it. I can figure out where he's at. I can see all his like calculations of his fire res, his armor, you know, his life, his damage he's doing. I can see all the skills he has equipped, all the items he has equipped. It allows for me to pull up your character at any given time. If you have a question and you don't know where you're going wrong, I can pull your character up and I can see what items you have, what skills are linked to what's in what's doing what, where you're at in the tree. I can see like where your defenses are lacking or your offenses are lacking, and I can kind of guide you a little bit easier. So if you're okay with that, I'll show you how to do it. If not, it's fine. We can do it via screenshots and stuff like that if you're more comfortable with that. So that's your personal preference. Don't want it out there in case you do want to take advantage of it. I know some people are kind of weird. It's like, oh, I don't want to give you my account name. It's not really your account name. It's just your unique identifier for your account. So, okay. So, you go to poe.com. I think it's poe.com. No, it's not poe.com. Path of Exiles. Oh yeah, pathofexiles.com. Sorry. Go to pathofexiles.com. So log in. Just literally just click log. Well, mine's log out, but click log in with your credentials, and right here, this is the name. And once you have that name, I'll show you how to turn it to public. Really easy. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, officially 10 years old in this game. Crazy. Hmm. All right, so copy that.
So you see how it says account profile is private, right? So this is where we have to go in and fix it. So we go. So click on your account name, the one you just gave me. So just click on it. It'll bring you to this page. And then privacy settings on the right side. Just edit privacy settings. So by default, the account is set to private. So you just have to uncheck the box, right? So you go to edit privacy settings and then set profile as private, uncheck the box, but also the hide character tab has to be unchecked. Because I got the basically what the program does is it goes to it searches your name in the database for Path of Exiles, and then it pulls up the list of your characters, right? So for me, it would pull up this page right here. So if this page is hidden, it wouldn't be able to pull this up to pull all of this data for the gear or the tree. See what I'm saying? So you have to uncheck both those boxes. Then, oh, and then, yep, this is the character you have, level 31 duelist, right? I can like pull it up. I can see your tree. So you played it as a duelist. Yeah, you went down, and it looks like you picked up mana and mana regen because you're struggling with mana early, which you just rely on flasks early. Life regen and fizz damage. You went projectiles plus fizz damage, kind of interesting. Yeah, and then you went this way to get some leech, which is good, but it sucks early on because you don't have damage to go with it. And then you picked up this one random dex node. I don't know why. Life, and then you picked up more projectile stuff. So yeah, that's about where you made it. I can see like why you were struggling a little bit though. Is like you're early on, right? And you have projectile nodes, which is fine. But you also have like mana, and this one wasted point up here. But it looks like you could probably be a little bit more efficient. So the skill that you were using is splitting steel, like you're saying. If you look at it, it works off of attacks, projectiles, AoE, and physical. So easier way to scale this instead of going just projectiles is scaling your fizz damage, right? So what you could have done is if you're using a one-hand or a shield, you could have did this for skill attack skills deal increased damage while holding a shield. Or if you were using like dual wielding, you could have did this one. Or if you were using two-hander, you could have did this one, right? Trade 25% more damage or whatever. That's like an easy like 2-point node there. Plus, you can still take advantage of the projectile, right? Because it is a projectile as well. And you have some miscellaneous things that you can search for and like find, but that's just the first one that popped into my head, right? And then when it comes to like the skill, you get a chance to bleed, maim, and vicious projectile. So the problem is chance to bleed is cool, increases the chance to bleed, and attack does more damage with bleeding. But that means you're applying a dot, and you have to wait for the dot to do the damage, stuff like that, instead of the skill directly doing damage. So if we were to take off bleed and maim, because once again, maim deals 13% more physical damage, which is fine. But if you look at it, your next highest damage would be something like decay or like added lightning damage or something like that, right? Chance to bleed isn't bad, but I think like something like decay would be better because it applies a like flat chaos damage to him. But it's level 38, so that one you wouldn't be able to do. But you could do, chance to poison in my opinion is a little bit better than bleed because bleed is dependent on how hard you hit them. The skill just has added chaos damage. So this one's really good. So this would have like increased your damage a lot more. Like look at this. We'll put it to level 1. So it adds 1 to 2 chaos damage. So like you're at 44 damage. I think you're at 47 before. You add this and you're at 47, right? If we were to put on chance to bleed instead, I think it was level 9. We turn this off. You were at 44 before, right? Yeah, I'm just saying, like, this is like where you come in and you fiddle with things to figure it out. Is you had chance to bleed, which
basically didn't give you any damage up front, but it let them bleed over time. At least this one gives you upfront damage. And then let's say you leveled it. Yeah, so you probably could have leveled it to level 9. Let's say level 9. This would have brought you from 44 damage to 65 damage, which isn't a lot, but that's a huge amount. Plus, it has a chance to apply the poison, which does damage over time and adds even more damage to the build. It would have just made it a little bit stronger. But like you had, this was good back in the day, but you had Herald of Purity with Dreadbanner. With Dreadbanner, you wouldn't be using anymore. Frostblink is for movement. Herald of Ash is okay. Fizz is extra fires, more damage. It's fine. Vitality for survivability. Leap for movement. So you have 2 movement skills. You don't need Leap and Frostblink, FYI. One or the other is fine. The only time you ever want Leap or Frostblink while you have another movement skill is if you're using Shield Charge, because Shield Charge can't go up and down terrain. And then you got Sniper's Mark, which is fine, but not good because you have to manually apply it. And then Blood Rage, I wouldn't use early levels. Pride's fine. Eternal Cry's okay. Yeah, you had like a little bit of everything everywhere. The main thing you needed to focus more on was juicing this out and focusing on juicing out its damage or your survivability. And then looking at your gear, you're running on a white weapon. This is one of your big problems. You needed to at least do a bench craft like I showed you to do like percent physical damage, right? If you were to have literally just went in, let's grab the same weapon, Ornate Sword, right? One-handed sword, we'll go to the Ornate Sword. Was it a two-hander? Oh, it was a two-hander. Hold on. I didn't realize you had a two-hander. So we'll go to the Ornate Sword, right? It's the same one you had. But it's quality, so it's more damage. If you were literally just to have crafted percent physical on it, I'm talking like actually crafted, like a 40% craft, right? Actually, let's remove this. And we'll just go to add modifier. We'll go to crafting bench and we'll just do 5th. All right, boom. If you were just to have added that to it, you would have almost doubled your damage just by doing that. Yo, what up, Skills? How's it going? Or if you were to have done just one of these generics, right? This low level generic, this would have gave you another 20 damage or 30 damage, right? Not quite as much as the percent fizz, but that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I want to show it to you. So you find a base, like a sword or a weapon that you like, that, you know, whatever. That's why I showed you buying one of those scepters or finding one on the ground and then forcing the craft onto it. It gives you that guarantee, and then you can use the other currency, the augmentation, to add another stat to it. But if you find a yellow on the ground, they can have 6 modifiers. So it already comes, let's say you found one and it was like something really dumb, like I don't even fucking know, like plus the level of melee skills with like fire damage, right? And then it had like a suffix of like a dexterity and like global accuracy, right? Let's say you had something like this, right? You found it and it's like, oh, this is really bad. It doesn't really help me at all, right? But you can still craft fizz onto it, right? That's the thing. If the base is better than the one you have, you can still make it work for you. Like this would have 166 more damage to your 65 damage. Like this sword would have fucking cracked you out. Right? So that's what I'm getting at. Is like to get through the campaign easier, you're either gonna buy currents or buy items from other players, or B, you're going to find items and force craft stuff onto it to supplement things you're missing. whether it's increasing your damage by adding damage modifiers, or whether it's adding defensive layers because you're missing defense, right? So finding yellows on the ground is kind of pivotal. So when you find the yellow on the ground, then you look at the stats and you're like, okay, it has some of the things I need, but not all the things. But you can almost always add what you're missing. The only caveat to that is yellows can only have 3 prefixes and 3 suffixes. Once again, take what I say with a grain of salt right now because it's going to be right over your head. But just know that you take it to the bench, and sometimes you won't be able to craft what you want because it has too many of a specific thing, right? So if it already has life, you can't add life again. If it has 3 prefixes, you cannot add a prefix of %fizz, right? You can add a suffix of %fizz as long as there's not a %fizz on it. Like, this is where things get complicated, and I don't want to go like way too far over your head, but just know that you want to check them, right? If it has, let's say you're looking for like 3 different stats. Let's say you're looking for %fizz with added fizz and like, I don't know, accuracy or something, right? If it had like 2 of them, let's say you found one that had added fizz with accuracy on it. You're like, damn, that's pretty solid. It's 2 out of the 3 I'm looking for. Take it to the bench. Can I add %fizz? Yes, I can. Okay, I got all 3 stats that I'm looking for. Good. If you can't add it, it's still pretty good as a 2 prop, but you'd want to test to see if your damage goes up or down with it. Right. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Same thing with your armors. As long as like the armor starts off with a couple stats that you're looking for, you can always supplement what you're missing with the crafting bench as you push along and get further into the game. Like I said, I'll be here. Ask me every question in the book. I do not mind. There isn't a stupid question. I might laugh at some of them because, you know, I've heard them either a bunch of times or past experience, something. Like, some of the questions are funny to me. But just know that if I do laugh when you ask a question, it's not because I'm laughing at you. I'm laughing at the question because I know the question all too well, usually. And it's usually something that I fucked up royally and didn't know I was fucking it up. I have like a funny like memory of it. You know? Usually what it is. So ask away anytime, you know. Like I said, if I'm sleeping, obviously I won't be able to answer you. Somebody else in Discord might be able to answer and help you out while I'm sleeping. But anytime I'm online and available, just make sure you at me because my Discord does not make sounds unless someone asks me. So just make sure you at me and ask me the question, and then I will, and then you can just reply to it if you have any more questions, obviously. But keeps reminding me. Yeah. That way I can help you, I can push you along, and now that I have your character things saved over, I should be able to pull up your character anytime you have a question. You don't have to take so many screenshots and stuff. Well, some people, like, I don't know if Hab's been coming around recently. So Hab was one of the viewers that came in when I started Grim Dawn, and he'd been helping me, answering questions, showing me the ropes, explaining things to me. And we would get into some, like, you know, disagreements on some, like, things on certain games. We would, you know, discuss it back and forth, and he felt like sometimes I was, like, attacking his way of thinking, and that's not what I'm doing. I don't really attack people's way of life or the way they, you know, think things or whatever. I just try to understand it, so I might ask a lot of questions to try to understand, like, why they're asking what they're asking or saying what they're saying or thinking what they're thinking. And I might have offended him, and he ended up leaving, and it's just my way that I process stuff. Like I said, sometimes I have the inappropriate reflex of laughing in situations where I shouldn't. So, like I said, I like to be upfront and honest about it, so I don't offend people. Well, like I said, if you, you know, PoE's not your cup of tea, that's fine. If you have any other games that, you know, you've been interested in trying, or you did like, but you know, stopped playing because you weren't really good at it, or you were struggling, or you're thinking about doing it, but you never really pulled the trigger to start it, you just have questions, just ask. Literally, just ask me. I've played tons of them. There's not very many games I haven't played. Like, obviously there's a lot still. I haven't played like Torchlight and a bunch of like miscellaneous like single players, and Diablo 2 like is another one I never really got super into. So I mean there is a lot that I haven't played, but at the same time there's a lot I have played, or a lot of things that I want to play and I'm down to like learn and experience and look into and research. So that's why I say it hundreds of times, just ask. There's so many times people come in here and they see me playing a game and they're just hanging out, and then I switch games and they're like, oh, would you ever play this? I'm like, oh yeah, I definitely haven't played that in the past. They're like, oh, okay, well, I'm struggling. I was like, why didn't you ask like 3 days ago? You know what I mean? Like, I told you every day, like, just ask. I don't mind answering questions, my man. Just ask me. Don't be shy. We're here to help. So I don't know if you're gonna play tonight. If you play tonight, you know, feel free. Ask away while we're streaming. We're gonna be live for at least another hour. Then I'm gonna go do a workout, feed the dogs, you know, go clean up the kitchen and stuff, and I gotta get some sleep. Well, I gotta stay up for a little bit, but I gotta work tonight, so I eventually do gotta get some sleep. And then I will be back on tomorrow night, or working, but I'll be at my computer since I work from home. So tomorrow night, if you have any questions while you're doing whatever you're doing, feel free to ask. But just at me. Like I said, once I end the stream, the VOD will be saved. You'll be able to see it, pull it up whenever you need or want. Just make sure you have that timestamp. It's like 3 hours into the videos when we start talking about it. For day 11 specifically. Oh yeah, bro, League can suck it. Fuck League. I played League for a hot minute. League's a cool game, but the community can suck it. I remember when I first got into League, you know, I was learning the game, whatever. I got into ranked around season 1 or season 2. Way back in the day. It was a long time ago. And I was main support, and then I remember vividly in season 2 I quit. Because me and a buddy of mine were duo queuing a lot. We're playing, we're having fun, we're grinding, you know, doing stuff and things. And for some apparent fucking reason, I don't know what it was, but we were grinding, right? And we got up to like mid silvers, right? We were doing pretty well. And then I played solo every once in a while. And I got all the way up to my promotion to gold, playing solo. And I won 2 of my 5 games. I had 3 games left. Shit you fucking not. I went from 1 game away from being gold all the way down to bronze 5 without winning a single fucking game. And almost every single one of those games I lost because somebody on my team just either AFK'd and left or inted for some stupid reason. They got tilted and quit the game and just refused to play. Every single game, from basically gold to the lowest of the low in bronze 5. And when that happened and I didn't win a single fucking game, I quit. I refuse to play a game that you can swing that hard in such a short period of time. And it's purely because your teammates are trolls. Like, I literally had guys, we would start a match, they would see my name, and they're like, alright, I'm done. I'm not playing with this guy. And they would just straight leave the game. And it was just an instant 15-minute loss. Or I'd have another guy that we would be duoing bottom. We're like 15 minutes into the game. We're like going back and forth. We're, you know, trading well or whatever. And we get into like a 2v2 skirmish with the guys, right? And he's getting pelted, right? Getting pushed. He turns around. He tries to go all in or whatever. I go in with him. I'm helping him out. I'm healing him. 'Cause I'm playing like Sona or something, right? So I'm giving them some heals, I'm giving them some movement speeds, I'm power cording, I'm chunking people. I hit him with like my ult, and I chunk him, and I power cord the guy. He goes from half HP to dead in 2 abilities. Because my ult is for 400, right? You gotta imagine. ADC is 15 minutes in, don't have a lot of HP, right? So I hit him with my ult for 400, and I power cord him for 200. And he dies. Right? And then my ADC's like, oh, this fucking support is a goddamn troll. He's over here fucking stealing my kills and shit and fucking just fucking blowing the game and blah, blah, blah. I'm fucking done. And then he just starts running to tower and dying. Running into tower and dying. Running into tower and dying. And then there's the other guys that are like, okay, we're in an engagement. You know, I'm trying not to take the kill like the other guy was pissed about. So I don't power cord alt combo to like chunk him really hard to get him in like kill range or whatever and accidentally steal the kill. So instead I started off with I hold the ult for, in a certain crucial situation to save him from dying or something. I just keep power cording, healing, and, queuing, doing damage and stuff and things. I'm just doing my thing as a support. And my ADC gets low on HP, and he starts running away. And the other guy has no HP. So I flash ult, and I kill the guy. And the guy's like, oh my god, look at this stupid ass support stealing my kills. And I'm like, bro, you had 100 HP and you ran away and I killed the guy. Don't even sit there and say, you know what I mean? Like, it's that type of player base that pisses me off. Or the enemy has 200 HP, he's under his tower, and the ADC thinks it's a good idea to flash and attack him and then die to the tower and blame me that he died to the tower. And then he's like, yeah, I'm done. This fucking support sucks. He didn't die to the tower with me and get the kill. I'm like, okay. Did you ping it? Did you say you were gonna do it? You just kind of randomly flashed and died. Like, you had 1 hit left. Like our guy was literally 1 hit by the tower. Like, 1 hit from the tower would kill him. And the other guy, you had to do 200 damage. So if you didn't do 200 damage in 1 hit, you were dead to that tower, and you didn't get the kill. And yet, he still thought it was a good idea to flash under the tower and try to get this kill to then die to the tower. It was so funny. I hate it. I refuse to play the game because of those people. And it's funny is, like, they're all bronze and silver players, and like, oh my god, this guy's such fucking trash. He doesn't even deserve to be in this rank. Like, what the fuck? Like, he's so bad. I'm just thinking to myself, like, if I'm bad, you're in the same rank as me. What does that make you? Right? Like, look in the mirror for a second, and like, a pot calling the kettle black over here. Like, what's going on over here? Like, you're not some professional. You're not some fucking smurf that's in Challenger Division that's playing on an alt character coming down here to stomp on noobs, and you're talking shit about me. Like, and then they're like, well, people do that in the Challenger League all the time. Like, that's the stuff you're supposed to do. Like, are we challengers? Are we in Challenger League? Are you a challenger? If any of those answers are no, then shut the fuck up. Yeah, and that fucking league for you in a nutshell, Jim, is just like, it's such a toxic community and it's such a tilting kind of game because it is PvP oriented. It's just so hard to to keep interest in it for long term, unless you have friends to play with, because it's just so tilting, and the community just makes it worse. But yeah, overall, League is a great game. The potential it has is great. I will say though, personally, if I'm gonna play a MOBA, I'm gonna play a brawling MOBA instead of like a strategic MOBA like that. So for me, honestly, you can hate me for saying this, but I think Heroes of the Storm is a much better MOBA than League of Legends. I said it. I honestly think it's true.
the main reason is not that like it's overall better, like complexity wise or experience wise or you know anything like that. It's purely because the game is much simpler, and the game purely revolves around just straight brawling. There's like game mechanics that you like, you do like the map mechanics to like win the map and stuff like that, and you are like grouping up as a team to like a team fight, and you're trying to make your build in a specific way by taking talents in a specific order and getting like advancements to those certain skills to make your character into a certain play style. But all in all, it's all about just brawling, jumping into the fray of things, fighting man on man, just whooping each other's ass, and it's just very clear cut and simple. It's much more fun. I play Brawl Stars. But yeah, like brawling MOBAs in my opinion are they're more enjoyable because they're less tilting. Like yeah, you still get tilted when someone like outplays you or you get shit on in a match because someone sucks or whatever. But since it's like the games are much faster paced and they're much simpler and it's just less brain numbing, the overall just feeling of the game is just much more enjoyable in my opinion. I'm not taking it as serious. I'm just brawling. I'm jumping in. I'm playing fucking Asmodon and I'm dunking people from across the map. I'm tossing fucking orbs over my head and I'm fucking dunking people from across the map. Or I'm playing fucking Tracer and I'm dashing around the fucking screen and, being a little gnat in their ear and just poking at them. Fucking playing fucking Lich King and just fucking man-moding people or it's just like there's so many fucking characters. Like there's so much potential. So much fun. You could play Mr. Pandoria fucking Panda too. Like he's fucking badass. That motherfucker, I've seen him 1v5 teams before. Fucking crazy. Obviously, like you encounter him with specific characters and specific buffs, but that guy's a fucking beast. If he's built right and the enemy team doesn't like counter him in some way, he's a fucking beast and not I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Oh, all right, we're back. Oh. I didn't make as much progress today as I would have liked, but I'm okay with it because I had a good time talking about Path Exiles, so I think it was a good, fair trade. Oh yeah, we can't get up there right now. Someone said I need an item. I am currently working on a Path Exiles character that I'm trying out as well. That was the character I told you wasn't geared yet, the one I just leveled. So I'm currently working on a Righteous Fire build. Jim, have you seen Righteous Fire before? I mean, obviously you saw me playing it, but like with actual gear on. Have you actually seen one? It's hilarious. My favorite build of all time. Oh, on mobile? Oh. Probably why I've never seen it. Uh, Nate, I have to do my fucking justice again. Is there a way that I only have to do justice like once a month or something? I'm fucking hate it, man. I just wish I never had to do it. I wish there was a way where it's like, hey, this is your best record you've done. Just, can I just recreate that over and over again, you know, and just never have to do it again? Just do it. I think we'll just do it. Yeah, I wish, like, you know, oh, your best was 150 cases and you got 15 tests. Okay, just, can I recreate that? Can I just take that as my reward? And not have to do justice ever again? Like, playing that once a week. Woohoo! Oh, oh, I knew I was gonna die. I tried to jump away. I need to come back anyway, because we're quest.
Why do you have such a less? I've already.
You're here with a cult.
Oh man, I'm getting tired. I'm almost done for the night. God. Trying to make it another 25 minutes. Oh, there's no way? Oh, okay. Interesting. That sucks. I feel like Pole is going to be the content for me that I just never do. Right? It's kind of like the islands. You know how you go over there and do like Shimmering Island and stuff? I never remember to do Shimmering Island. Like, I can't tell you how little amount of times I've actually gone and claimed Shimmering Island. So, I feel like Justice is gonna kind of be that same thing. Because between the Justice, the Bravery's not too bad. But the other two, Justice and the Memory Match, it's just so much effort. Like sit there and remember what I was looking at and what are the matches and all that stuff, and then reading all those lines of information, figure out which one's the positive, which one's the negative, which one I want to take. It's just too much. Like I play an idle game to not use my brain. Right? I'm not sitting here trying to fucking get a bachelor's and shit like that. I'm playing it to turn my fucking brain off and just have some fun. And don't get me wrong, that's one of the reasons why it is a good game, is because you can use your brain in the game and you can take it a little bit further and more seriously. But God, sometimes it's like there's a fine line between using your brain and having fun with the game or whatever, and just being tedious about it. There's a big line there between tedious, annoying, and fucking enjoyable and like worth it. Now, 3 characters in the game, that's a lot. What the hell? What did I miss? What? The fuck just killed me? Bro! Fucking game! I think I'm too tired for this. I don't think I'm making another 20 minutes. You guys want to talk about something for 20 minutes? I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back. I don't think I can keep playing right now. My eyes are falling asleep.
Oh, all right, I'm back. Jim. So I'm kind of done right now with this. Do you want me to come and join you for like 20 minutes? I'm falling asleep, so. Can I close this game? Jesus Christ. Wait. All right. Let's switch game to. It doesn't matter. Basically what happens is whoever zones into the map first, that's whose server populates it. So it's not a big deal. I have to delete a character. I don't know what I'm gonna make. What do I make? I want to make something that's gonna like. You know what? Do I do that? Hold on. No, I'm not gonna be playing it for that long, but no. It changes, guys, so I'm not a huge fan of it. I don't know who to make. Yeah, fuck it. We'll just make it Templar, I guess. Yeah, fuck it. We'll just make it Templar. So just make sure you clicked mercenary and you didn't click any of these buttons down here, right? Just selected mercenaries. You did not make a standard, you made a mercenary. Get off the beach. Hurry up. I'm gonna have to add you to my friends list so I can party with you. So I'm in the game, ready to get going. I just need your character name. Also, I have Smite already. If you want Smite. Are you still out here? Do you need Smite? Because you don't learn Smite on your character early on. So what ends up happening, Jim? Uh, when you get a quest that gives a gem as a reward, it gives you a few options. You can only select one, but the other gems are purchasable via one of the vendors on the tab 2. So the options that you didn't select and other gems are also unlocked that aren't obtainable via that quest that your character still has access to. So, for example, I couldn't pick up Heavy Strike, Glacial Hammer, Molten Strike, Ground Slam, spectral throw or shield crash or element of proliferation or anything, but they're all here, right? Same thing with like racing zombie and so on. But I can give you smite. So if you don't have smite available to purchase it for one wisdom, I can buy it for you. Then you can start smiting right now. Up to you. Let me know. You can type in game as well. You don't have to tab out. Message me. You just okay. I will get you one. But like I said, if you press enter and on this left side do the drop down, go to party. You can type in party and you can just type to me there. That way you don't have to keep tabbing. All right. Here's a smite for you. And then I'm gonna do my best to let you do most of the work. I'm gonna follow you around, right? And kind of help you answer any questions. Just type them in chat or in the game, and I will I'll answer them best I can. Try and keep you alive while you push through and do the quests. So I'm here to help best I can. Ready to go when you are. When you got a sec, just come over here and let's go out to the coast. So to know where doors are, if you have your mini map open, you can see it as well. Or if you press tab and you bring it over your whole thing, these orange little doorways, those are the actual doors you're looking for to go up and down levels and towers or to enter boss rooms and stuff like that. This is where we're going. I won't stick around for too long. Probably like 15-20 minutes. I think I'm gonna stick around for a little bit. I'm gonna skip my workout today because I'm really tired. So I don't think I have it in me to actually do a workout today. But I do have to soak the dog food and read my emails and stuff like that. Ready for bed. So I'll stick around for 20-30 minutes and help you out a little bit. Answer some questions. Thanks. It looks like you got a dagger and shield. Okay. You just click on it. Let's go. Since I loaded in first, it's going to be on my server, so you might be a little laggy. But what I like to do here is I like to just run to the right until I hit the edge and follow the edge around. You're going to run into lots of different mobs, so having a somewhat ranged ability that does AoE is kind of nice. Alright, one thing that I will tell you to do. Left click on your skill. Oh, because it has to be used with scepter, axe, mace, something like here. I'll get you something. It has to be if you hover over the skill. In the writing at the very bottom it says requires sword, axe, mace, scepter, staff, or unarmed. So you can literally just take off your weapon and you can use it, or I can just buy you something. This is what I was telling you before. Like you can come in here, and you can purchase items from these guys, right? So like this guy has two-handed maces. He's got 2 scepters. These require level 5. But like you can use like one of these two-handers temporarily. Like this says 12 to 20 damage. You can use this for now, and then you can get like a scepter later. Or you can use like a sword, but it requires dex, which I don't have. So we can switch you to a sword or an axe as well. So you can use a shield. It's personal preference. Which one do you want? I'll just get you one to get you going. Nice. Actually, it's two-handed axe, but same difference. Yeah, it's a two-handed axe. I'll drop it on the ground. So put that on. It's gonna obviously you have to take the shield off and the sword or the dagger you have. And you gotta put that on. Technically, you can press X, and you can go to your second tab. So you have primary weapons and then secondary weapons. You can put another one there. A red socket for smite. I can fix that. Give me your chest piece really quick. I'll go fix it. This is stuff that you figure out on your own, obviously, as you play, like when you play the game a few times. Drop it on the ground. I'll go recolor it. I'm just trying to make it easy for you. Obviously, like that's something I would have bought you something different if I knew you didn't have a red. I would have bought you like this, right? Instead, does less damage, but it has a red. But I can fix it really quick. Oh, okay, mate. That's pretty good. Okay. Oh. Oh. Okay, okay. Give me your chest piece. Give me your chest piece. I wanna go fix this. Alright, actually, I'm gonna get you a fucking axe or a sword. Funny. Alright, we are gonna go. So this requires no requirement. Okay, I'm okay with this. No requirement. Boom. There you go. I got you. I got you a weapon. It's got a red socket and it has no requirement. There you go. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright. Put smite in anything. So just so you know, smite does not have to be in your weapon. It can be anywhere on your character and still be applied. But what I wanted to show you before is, so right click whatever, or left click on wherever you want your ability. Do you want it on Q, W, E, R, T? Do you want it on your left click? Do you want it on your right click? Middle mouse, whatever. Whatever it is. Left click on it, select the skill. Left click on it again at the top where it says always attack without moving. Make sure that is highlighted. What this will allow you to do is when you right click, right, it'll cast wherever you put your mouse within radius, right? If you don't have that selected, your character will walk up to the mob and then manually attack them.
Mr. Bobby, come on down here. Help me, Jesus! Help me, Jewish God! Help me, Allah!
Let's be going.
Ah! Help me, Tom Cruise!
Tom Cruise! Yeah, so this allows you to actually use smite slightly from range now, instead of being forced to go point blank, right? Yeah, look at that. Let's go! Crushing! Crushing! Alright, so, the best way to push through the game, Jim, is to do this. So typically what you do is you run in, you grab a bunch of mobs. They can't really hit you all that much while you're running. You grab a bunch of mobs, and then you attack them all at once. Right? You get them all piled up, and then you just turn around and just kind of one-shot them. Does that make sense? So you run past a bunch of mobs, and then, you know, you kind of them all behind you. Because if you just fight one at a time, you're going to take forever to get through the game. But if you run past, like, a group of mobs, you get, like, 5 or 6 of them, and then you turn around and attack it, since you're doing AoE damage, you can fight all of them at the same time. Right? So, as you can see, like, I'm going to run around, I'm going to grab all these mobs together. I have, like, a bunch of them following me now. I'm just going to go, bloop, bloop. Right? Does that make sense? It's a way to, like, speed up the process of killing all the mobs and leveling without killing one mob at a time and taking your sweet time. Play at your own pace. Play however you want. You're saying like that's like one of the things that you like. You'll eventually be doing. You won't be opening every chest. You won't be opening every corpse. You won't be doing all that. You'll literally be speed running, killing mobs. Just trying to get loot to drop, you know? Yeah, in bed. All right, sounds good, mate. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you had a good time. Hope you have a good rest of your night. Hopefully sleep well. And yeah, we'll catch you this weekend. This weekend will be community night or community weekend. So Topher will be joining us. I don't know if anybody else will. Probably playing 7 Days to Die, but I don't know exactly what we're gonna be playing yet. But yeah, that'll be this weekend. It'll be community night. So hopefully we'll catch you then. But yeah, take it easy, man. Appreciate you. Have a good next couple days and everything. Another reason I bring up the grouping mobs together is because if you're single targeting with an AoE skill and you're using all your mana, right, that could slow you down a lot too. Okay, you want to make sure you're effectively using your mana without like going aim all the time. All right, so here's your first waypoint. So you have 2 ways to go. You got this way, which is the main way, and then down here is a side quest to get a potion. So you can get like a Quicksilver flask, which is a movement speed flask, if you go down here and do this side quest, or you can skip it. I always skip it, but usually as a league start, most people will go down and will do that to get a Quicksilver flask at the beginning. Ooh, first alteration, let's go. Alright, so there's a trick to this map, knowing where to go. If you look on the ground, there's these like little small rivers of waterways, you know? They kind of lead to the places you're trying to find. So you see how this has like a riverway going down this way? It's like zigzags and whatever. You could follow this all the way to another one, or the exit, basically. I can obviously see the one to the north, but... You didn't know that, Dick? Yeah. There's a bunch of those little Easter eggs in this game of like ways to understand like where the locations are on the map. Alright, so follow the river this way. Obviously, it's a little hard to see the riverway. Like, it's so hard to see that. Like, this little tiny river is really hard to actually see, right? And you kind of lose it right here, and then you kind of pick it up again here. It can be hard to see it. Oh, mercenary. So if you can kill the mercenary and you can hire him, he'll actually help you clear the game. And as you go up like the different difficulties, you'll have to get like new ones because they'll be like a higher level and stuff. Alright, so we need to get this exclamation mark over here so we can go through the next zone.
All right, so you should have picked up 3 green items. There should be like 3 different shells, and those 3 shells are used to get to the next zone. That's the quest. So if you press U, you'll see this, like, you're breaking some eggs. Look around the mud flats for some clues and the purpose of the strange glyphs. Doesn't really tell you what to do, but the exclamation marks tell you what to do. Da, 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 da. Good. Yeah, I was waiting on you. And then you take them to the strange glyph. Is it the next exclamation mark on the wall here? I have no idea what I'm doing with this character, if I'm being honest. You just click on it. You picked up the 3 items, they'll go in, the waterfall will stop, and you pass your first area. Now you're on your next thingamajiggy. Now you can go back to town. Usually it's best to go back to town every time you get to a waypoint. Check the vendor, and turn in any quest you have. That's usually how I do it, if I'm not being lazy. And then we have Summon Holy Relic, which is pretty good. I want to pick up Summon Holy. I got Frostblade. Oh. Alright, when you're done, just come on back. Another thing I'll teach you, when you're in a party with somebody, Jim, if you look at the portrait, you see a little, like, blue little icon corner. If you click that, it'll automatically teleport you to the zone where that person is, without you having to, like, teleport or run or anything like that. Literally will automatically teleport you. So it's a gimmicky way that you can teleport to different places without using teleports. Or while you're AFK, someone else could be running and doing something, and you can teleport from one place to the other without having to, like, take it seriously. Ugh. No idea how I'm gonna build this character. Let's go. Alright, so this zone is a little different. You want to take it nice and slow. Because the little gooey guys that come out of the ground like that, they throw water orbs at range. So if you're not point blank, they throw water orbs at you and they will freeze you. And if they can chain freeze you until you die. You got to be careful with them. So basically you want to attack and you want to move to the side. You want to attack and you want to move to the side. Or you want to get point blank and fight them melee, so they don't freeze you. The second thing to remember is there's big octopuses that you'll randomly run across. And not these ones, but like the big ones. See them in a little bit. They will scream and spawn ads. And that's bad. So you got to kill those ones. Prioritize killing the ones that are spawning the ads, because they will endlessly spawn ads if you don't kill them.
Okay, see how he screamed? This is obviously a boss, so he has that mechanic. But the red octopuses that spawn from this, they the kamikaze explode when they run up to you. So you got to be careful with the summoners, which is why I say if you see them summoning, you have to focus them down first, or you'll just get overwhelmed and die. Alright. So there's no particular rhyme or reason to what I'm doing. I'm kind of just running the outskirts and exploring. I'm looking for a bridge, because the bridge is the halfway point and the direction at which we gotta go. Once you find the bridge, that's the halfway point, and you know you're going the right direction. There is a side quest before the bridge that gives you a passive point, which you should do. I always backtrack for it, but most people do it when they get to it. And you'll see it. It's just a little cave. Alright, here's the bridge I was talking about. See how it like a bunch of stairs and it goes upward? That's the halfway point. So, the side quest is before this. So, it's somewhere in this area. There's a like a little cave that you can go into. And you kill a guy in there and you get a passive point. So, it's a quest you have to do if you want to get all your passive points. And it's right here. Alright, so I typically avoid this quest because if you don't have a movement skill, it can be really annoying. And if you don't have a decent amount of damage, killing the guy could be a struggle. Just gonna go up. We're just gonna be generic with this. We're just gonna go up, pick this up. Probably head down, across, up, up. Yeah, I'll link it to you. Alright. So go to that website. It's bladefilter.net or whatever it's called. You don't have to log in with your Path of the Exiles account to download it. If you just go to the far right where it says download, export, or whatever, you can just manually just download it and manually place it where you need to place it. Because if you log in with your PoE account, it allows you to modify the loot filter and automatically places it where it needs to go. But if you just go to the right side where it says export to PoE, continue without saving, and then just do download. All right, pretty simple. And then once that's done, obviously go into game, press options, go to game. Then you can press the folder button right next to that, and it'll bring up where the location of the item filter needs to be placed. And then you have to select the item filter from the drop down after the fact. A lot of work, bunch of steps, not hard. We good?
That's a dead end. Going back to you. Portal scroll, super useful. Oh, I don't know if you've noticed this, but recently, like I think a couple leagues ago, they added a hotkey to use your portal scroll. You don't have to go to your inventory and right click it. So it's in your settings. I think it's in input, and I think it's at the very bottom. Yeah, use portal scroll. Super useful. I bind mine to tilde or console, whatever you want to call it. There's nothing else really uses that. So it allows me to just flop a portal scroll whenever I want. So the boss is right here. Across this little bridge. The way you know that this is the right spot is there's kind of two ways. One is if you come from the side up here, you could jump across, and there's like a an essence over here. The second way is when you get close to that bridge, you'll have a crab that'll swing at you. The crab swing. If there's a crab there, then you know you're in the right spot. So you have to kill this essence. So this is them introducing you to essences in the game. So this side quest requires you to kill this essence. So you have to click it 3 times to unlock it, and then you kill it. One more time. That third one didn't actually register. Yeah, so one thing I will say is you need to get used to attack, move, attack, move, attack, move. The problem is your attack speed is so slow. Moving is going to reduce a lot of damage, because what ends up happening is you sidestep away from him. He has to then walk towards you to re-attack, which gives you a second to attack. So it kind of goes hand in hand with your slow attack speed. And even with high attack speed, this prevents you from taking so much damage, right? Got attack, 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 keep doing that. If you get used to doing that, you'll stay really safe in almost all of your engagement. Because the main way to not take damage in this game is to be moving. Alright, so that was your first side quest. Turn it in, you get a passive point. Shoot in the book, right click it, boom. Passive point's all yours. And then you have to go back down to where you were via the waypoint system to the submerged pass. You go back to that halfway point where we stopped, and then continue on to the next zone. This is where I'll help you get to the next zone, and then I'm gonna leave you to your own device, and I'm gonna call it a night. I'll help you get to the next zone. Next zone's actually a really good place to farm currency, like low-level currency, and EXP. If you're like new to the game and you want to take it nice and slow, it's a really easy place because it's a linear straight line and you can't get lost. So you go from one end to the other end, and then if you don't know this, you can reset a zone by hitting Control and clicking on the doorway. So for example, this door up here that we came in earlier, if I wanted to reset it, I'd hold the Control button and I'd left click on the door. You see how like this one has 1 minute and 30 seconds left on it, but I can start a new instance if I click new. I can enter the old one, or I can enter a new one. And so if you want to reset a zone to infinitely grind it, once you get to another doorway, you can do that, and you can do that with waypoints as well. So I can like control click on the submerged pass, and I can make a new instance pass if I wanted to. So That's the way you can reset zones. You farm them more than once. For leveling purposes at least. Ugh. So just be aware that if you ever leave a zone and you're like, oh, I'll just go back to it and I'll finish it once I get around to it, just remember that zone will reset and you'll have to rediscover it because it only lasts for so long when you're not in the. Oh, you went back to the flooded depths. So you needed to go, or just press the blue button on my name. You needed to go back to the submerged pass because flooded depths is where we were. Remember, I told you it was a side quest. That side quest has like a dead end, and there's no way out unless you backtrack through the entire thing to get back to where we were, which is over here. But if we come back here, we already have it discovered, and we've already cleared all the mobs, so we can just run back to. Typically, if you're in a two-man party, one person will drop the portal by the halfway point, and the other person will drop the portal to leave the boss room that we were just at. That way, you can just teleport from one to the other. All right, up here, go across the bridge, find the next zone. So I'm gonna give you a little piece of advice. Unless you have a really high amount of damage, 9 times out of 10, you just run away from yellows and don't fight them because they give like 10 times XP, but they have like 10 times HP. And if you compare it to a blue, they give the same amount of experience that a blue does, but a blue has half the amount of HP. So, and blues come in groups of like 4 to 8, and yellows only come in a group of 1. So, when you run across the yellow, it's best just to avoid them, because yellows also buff the other mobs around them. They're way too dangerous. Unless you are very over-geared and over-leveled, they are very easy to kill you. Okay, so this is the zone I was talking about. It's very linear. I'll run it through once with you. I'll show you how to reset it. And then I'll let you keep going, grinding and stuff. This doesn't really have a quest inside of it, but the mobs are pretty easy, except for the boss that you can avoid. And like I said, it's very straight line, very easy. There's a lot of chests, there's a lot of boxes, a decent amount of mobs. You can farm up some XP if you need it, but you don't. But you could over level if you want to make it easy. Or you can try and farm for like a mercenary. You can farm to get a mercenary to fight with you if you wanted to. So like this one's really bad, right? It's just got split arrow with dog shit gear. So like, he wouldn't be a good one, but somebody that maybe has like an aura, or somebody that has like a decent skill or ability, pick up. Just somebody to help you do extra damage so you can clear faster. You do more damage to bosses. Yeah, see how these guys are blue rarity? These are the guys you really want to focus. They give so much XP, and they're actually pretty easy to kill. But the yellows and the uniques, they're just not really worth your time. They just take so long to kill, and they're so dangerous. Alright, so here, You're gonna run into this every time where it splits. Just stay on the path. The side path leads to a side boss, which you don't need to do. He's just too dangerous for no apparent reason. So just stay along the water's edge, kind of just follow it around. Alright, so here's where the zone boss actually is. There's a lot of mobs in the area, so it's best to go around the outskirts first. Kill most of the mobs. And then once most of the mobs are dead, you can fight the boss if you want. I don't recommend it. There's no real reason to. But if you want to do it just because you want to do it, just don't stand and stuff, basically. You kind of just sit here and beat his ass. And then don't stand in the blue. That's basically the whole fight. If you can't avoid the AoE shock that he does, and the auto attacks are pretty much unavoidable as well. Yep, that's the boss. And you know, he drops some wisdoms. That's Rustic Stash will give you more global physical damage, and since Smite does fizz damage, that could increase your damage. It will need to be identified though. And you could get lucky, it could roll HP. It'd be really nice. Could roll strength. And that's the zone. So once we leave, I'd like you to control click the door behind us that we just came through and start a new zone, just so you know. I know you know how to reset the zone if you want to. If you ever get to that point where you want to actually do it, you just hold control and then just left click on the door and it'll pull up this menu and just click new. It'll zone you in. There you go. Yep. So that's how you would reset it, and now you're coming from the opposite direction. And then you could run all the way back down to the waypoint and reset, or you can run all the way back to the beginning and then you can reset it again and come all the way back down. And that's, like I said, when you get to a zone that you need to grind XP, or you know you're falling behind, or you want farm for gear or something, it's a good place to do it. I'm gonna go to this waypoint and I'm gonna like leave. Do the right. Alright, that's it for me. Like I said, I will be around the next couple days, but I'll be working, so I can log in and help you, and I can help you via Discord. Yeah, if you don't got any other questions right now, you can leave me a message in Discord if you have any questions right now, and I'll answer them offline. But I'm gonna get off here, and I'm gonna go cook some dog food and stuff. Maybe do a small workout. I don't know. I'm not really feeling it. But I gotta get ready for bed soon. But I appreciate you guys. I hope you guys did enjoy the stream. Hope you have a good rest of your day. You know, hope you guys had a good time in the stream and everything. We will be back Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So we won't be working. We'll be working the next couple days, so we won't be here. But we'll be doing community night this weekend. So if you guys want to, you know, be a part of that, feel free. If you want to join the Discord, just don't be a dick. If you ever have any gaming questions, ever need any help, ever want to share something, show something off, or help somebody, feel free. Oh yeah, that's not a thing anymore. I mean, it's a thing, but it's not a thing. Yeah. The only other thing I really got is if you check out my About Me, you can go check out the VODs for the streams. They're automatically uploaded there after every stream. So feel free, check out the VODs, you know, whenever I'm not live. But I appreciate you guys. Have a good rest of your time, and you're welcome, Jim. I appreciate you. Hope you had a good time. And yeah, hopefully most of the information will eventually stick. But ask questions, hit me up in the Discord. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good one. Bye-bye. See ya.